Welcome, my friends. I am Dr. Steven Greer, and I am the founder of the Disclosure Project. I am also the founder of the Serious Free Energy Project that collected hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations. And I can't really show you what we did with that money. I'm sorry. Yes. But lately, there have been some people on is it Twitter? Yes, the website, Twitter, who have been very critical of my latest fundraising efforts. So today, I thought I would explain why I need all of that money, okay? First of all, I am the founder of the Disclosure for Cash Project. I'm not doing this for free. This has been my full-time job for decades now, okay? And it's been great for me. I've collected millions of dollars to make these films, even though a documentary film doesn't cost that much to make. I can't really explain where the money goes. I will never explain where the money goes. And who are you, Twitter warriors, to ask why I need millions of dollars, okay? I like having millions of dollars. It's probably a bunch of poor people on Twitter upset that I found a great way to praise the cash, okay? What I do is I promise people aliens, and then I sell them an app where they can talk to aliens for $10, and then they never really talk to aliens. Nobody can prove that my app works, but nobody can prove that my app doesn't work, okay? And it costs $10. Just buy the app. You bunch of cheap people, you bunch of losers, don't even have $10. Buy the app and find out if it works, okay? Somebody in a live chat calling me Dr. Steven Moose Knuckle Greed, out of mind. Shut up. People like my moose knuckle, okay? Especially my wife. Now listen, okay? First of all, we're going to share some things on Twitter because this Truthseekers show host is once again in danger of me sending him a cease and desist letter because he's saying all kinds of stuff, okay? All right, we're gonna share my post from Twitter, and there's some other guy named UFO Truth Digger Anthony G. He's talking a lot of trash. We're going to address the controversy about my latest fundraiser right now, okay? I'm going to show you my post. This is transformative work, and we are educating the public about Dr. Steven Greer's fundraising efforts, okay? This is a fundraiser. Sorry if you don't like it. Now, hold on. We're going to share this clown, Stephen Cambian's Twitter, right? And who is this guy? Anthony Truth Digger, Anthony G, the UFO Truth Digger. And he says, anyone want to be Greer's friend? For $10,000 or more per person, event attendance, plus a dinner with other major donors and Dr. Greer at the private residence. Note, I did not add or more part. Yeah, real funny, okay? You look, I almost got the same shirt on. It says Dr. Steven Greer, see SETI and Disclosure Project for Cash founder. Okay. Click picture above to watch Dr. Greer. Yeah, it's an urgent message, okay? There's going to be an alien invasion, but it's going to be fake, okay? And I've been talking about this for 20 or 30 years, this fake alien invasion the government's planning. And I ran out of other things to, this alien invasion is imminent, okay? It's going to happen real soon. So I'm holding emergency fundraisers so that I can make a documentary so I can educate the public about this fake alien invasion. Just like I collected, $1 million for my Serious Disclosure Project to educate the public about that alien mummy. Oh, but then it turned out it wasn't really an alien mummy. Well, yeah, it was. It was. The Men in Black got to those scientists, okay? It was an alien, all right? All right, let's read my announcement. Okay, let's read my announcement. Oh, wait a minute. I got to change this. That's not good. I'm supposed to be, wait. There we go. And I also want to thank a Twitter user who generously provided this nice cash background of me raking in all this cash. Because I like cash, okay? It's one of my favorite things. That and aliens. I love aliens and money. That's why I charge money for people to see them aliens. Because I love those two things. Those are my two favorite things. Cash and aliens, okay? If I could, I'd have an alien in my bed made of cash. Oh, that would be awesome. All right. So we're gonna read this. We're gonna read this stuff. Sorry if it's difficult to see on the screen there. I'll read it for you. Disclosure 2.0, April 25th, 1 to 6 p.m. Pacific Time in Phoenix. You get to join me, Dr. Steven Greer, with our special guests, Carol Rosin, spokesperson for Wernher von Braun, who invented the rocket. Yes, constitutional attorney Daniel Sheehan, Paula Harris, who never heard an alien story she didn't think was real, but she's got an expose on a new ET crash retrieval case bigger than Roswell insignificance. Bigger than Roswell insignificance, you say? Wow, that's a lot of hype to live up to. Do you think Paula Harris will live up to that hype? No, of course not. But by the time people figure out it's just another Paula Harris story with bad sources and fake people telling fake stories about some alien crash, I'll already have the cash, and I ain't giving it back. Let's see. Chief cosmonaut and astronaut trainer for Russia, Timothy Igorov. Oh, and we're going to have the ambassador of peace, Steven Seagal. Because nothing says alien disclosure like having Steven Seagal at your event. Does anybody remember that story some comedian told about when he got knocked out and he crapped his pants? Great story. I hope that Steven Seagal does not crap his pants at our disclosure event, okay? We're going to tell him that he cannot crap his pants during our disclosure event. Okay. And we're also going to offer proof of man-made UFOs that have been staged, that have staged many hoax alien events that will be presented. After all, for like 20 years now, I've been telling people that the government fakes all those alien invasions and cow mutilations. Even though I have no proof of any of that, for 20 years I've been telling people that, taking money for conferences appearances, and, disclosure documentaries where I tell everybody that they have biomechanical androids and they hoax it and that they kidnapped a guy from the UN, the guy that runs the United Nations. Yeah, I said that shit and people bought it. It was funny. All right. So there's two opportunities to participate. You can join the webinar, okay, or in person. And that's where the real fun is, friends. You get to hang out with me. And I'm not sure, various people have said on Twitter that this is just something at my house. It's like a very big house party, but you got to pay to attend, okay? I'm not doing this for free. For those attending in person, you will be in a private residence in Scottsdale, Arizona with Dr. Greed. That's me, Dr. Greed. Yeah, you'll be with me, Dr. Greed, for the 20th anniversary of the Disclosure Project, plus 4 more days of presentations that are not available by webinar. Now, this is limited to 20 participants in person because I don't want more than 20 of you morons at my house, okay? I got a huge mansion, kind of a house, but I don't want too many of you weirdos at my house, okay? And these presentations will be the ultimate inside story of Disclosure 1990 through today, with information about how, the who, and the where of secret UFO and ET-related programs and current activities, and a deep dive into CE5 contact.
Well, being young and not, I kind of got on the ground. I hate to admit this now, sort of in the fetal position, sort of like, what is this? And it had this beautiful almond-shaped eye, like deer eyes. But it was an extraterrestrial biological life form. And he came up to me and touched me on my right shoulder. And whatever happened, the electromagnetic effect of it, all my hair, I had more hair then, stood on end completely. And I was totally electromagnetized. And subsequently, we went from there, and in an instant, went on board this craft. And what happened after that is sort of metaphysical, in the sense that we seemed to dematerialize and then appear out in space, and I was sitting with these other extraterrestrial beings in a meditative state. And people say, well, what were they saying? I said, it wasn't about saying, it was about being. But what we did was that I was teaching them what it was like for a young man, to be in cosmic consciousness as a human. And then that's where we met. We met in that state of cosmic consciousness. And then we created what's known as the CE5 protocols, the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind protocols. That's where they came from. And basically I began to practice this ability with them to see them in the mind's eye and then vector them to a location and have an encounter. And they told me that at some point this would be very important to know how to teach other people.
Greetings and salutations, friends. And we are back for part 2, which should be a lot of fun. And I played this clip in the beginning because I was reminded of the various claims of Dr. Steven Greer. Greer. Did you catch that he held an event at his house that cost $10,000 to attend? And in the ad copy for the event, Dr. Steven Greer claimed that they would provide proof of man-made events that staged aliens. Did anybody get that proof? Was it released? So people paid $10,000 to get proof of man-made events that staged aliens. And what proof is there? Is there proof, or is there just stories? Because you see, Dr. Steven Greer is excellent at essentially promising people you're going to get all of this evidence. You're going to get all of this proof after you pay. But it's a bait and switch. It's an overpromise and underdeliver. We've talked about this many, many times. In order to hype things up, you have to really hype everything. And then you inevitably underdeliver, which leads to the big letdown. This man collected over $500,000, near as I can recall, or was it $400,000 to produce a film about a false flag alien invasion, and there was no proof. There was stories, yeah. A former aide of a once Nazi scientist said these things. That's it. That's all we got. So he collected $400,000 to help somebody tell a secondhand story about a fake alien invasion. No dates given, no documents offered, no whistleblowers who built the devices that were going to blue beam aliens into the atmosphere, right? And certainly, yeah, there is some supportive evidence to something called Project Bluebeam. But mostly what we get after he gets $400,000 is a bunch of dots being collected, connected, that don't really prove the case. At least not to me, not for $400,000. And how is it legal to collect $10,000 from event participants and tell them that you're going to offer proof of man-made events that staged aliens? What proof? What proof were we given? And this man has been telling these whoppers for 20 plus years now. Remember, disclosure is going to come this year. That was the narrative in 2001. Well, we're 22 years later, and he's still promising these big revelations, and he always needs money. He's like a minister like that,
right? You ever notice that, God is all powerful, omnipotent. He loves you. He cares about you, this invisible man in the sky, but he always needs money. That's kind of like Greer. Disclosure's coming any minute. All we need is another big cash infusion of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then we're going to bring you the truth about those aliens. Well, it's been 25 years, bro. Where is the truth? Where is the evidence? This man has had 25 years of promising evidence. Where is it? What's his best evidence? And I don't mean stories. There seems to be this new divide among even people intensely interested in these subjects over whether stories are evidence. And I would submit to you that stories could be evidence if they're backed up by some other evidence, pictures, videos, files, documents, something. But a story by itself is largely all we get. Some of my favorite whoppers of Dr. Steven Greer in the past have included this constant. He has said this constantly on media appearances and documentary films. And now on the Sean Ryan show, he said that he briefed every sitting president since Bill Clinton on the subject of UFOs, aliens, and extraterrestrials. And I would submit to you that there is absolutely no evidence that that is true. And he has offered absolutely no evidence that it is true. However, if we try to fact check him, we can go to the presidential libraries and see there is zero mention of him. And it's important that we also recognize some important things. And that is, this is important. By the way, I'm wearing the right shirt tonight for the latest UFO circle jerkers that try to profit from a proven liar in the form of Third Phase of Moon. That's right. Everybody's favorite fake UFO clowns have teamed up with this clown, and their last documentary was so laughable. Dr. Steven Greer, he said that he went on a secret mission with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top to an underground base where they saw alien medical technology that could regrow limbs and cure people of paralysis and more. He also said that there was an entire company in the state of Michigan that got murdered because they were developing free energy technology. The whole company got murdered except for one person that they left alive to tell the tale and warn others, right? Or something like that. I'm certainly paraphrasing. But the UFO circle jerkers, Third Phase of Moon, didn't fact check any of those things, right? And we know for a fact that story about an entire company in Michigan getting murdered never happened. It never happened. Yet they collected all that money for that documentary, promising big revelations. And what revelations did Third Phase and Dr. Steven Greer give us? They gave us lies, fake stories, 100% provably, verifiably fake stories from a man who has been caught telling 100% provably, verifiably fake stories for 20 plus years now. But don't worry, Third Phase of Fake are back at it again. And there's another documentary. They're not done milking the liar cow, right? And that's how some of this works. The UFO circle jerkers, by the way, this is from our merchandise store. In the description of this video, you too can be a UFO circle jerker. They milk the liar cows, right? The UFO circle jerkers come along and they milk these big UFO celebrities for their lies and their stories, milk those liar cows, and all you have to do if you're idiots like Third Phase of Moon is just let them lie, right? How ashamed should a documentary film producer be that they just let somebody lie for 2 hours straight in their so-called documentary? Did absolutely no research, absolutely no fact-checking. And, supporters of Third Phase like Richie Grifton, he said, well, Steven Greer wouldn't have been in their film if they would have fact-checked him, essentially admitting that they couldn't fact-check him because then he wouldn't be interested in doing a documentary film and anybody that was going to actually check that what he was saying was truthful and real and not just a story, a lie, an anecdote, right? It's incredible. And like I said, don't worry. Third Phase of Fake, by the way, Third Phase of Fake still owe me $13. I paid $13 for that piece of shit documentary. It was the worst documentary I ever paid for in my entire life. We did a whole review of it here, laughing at the factual inaccuracies, the lies, the half-truths, and the ridiculous, unproven stories offered with absolutely no evidence. Just trust me, dude. By the way, we have a Trust Me Dude shirt now, too. Trust me, dude, UFO Researcher of the Year. Trust me, dude. You know, and pardon me if I think if you're going to call yourself a documentary filmmaker, that you have a responsibility to not just let somebody lie. Basically, they let him lie on purpose because they knew if they didn't just let him lie, he wouldn't do the project with them. Therefore, the project would be dead. There'd be no money. There's no money if you do it the right way. So we'll just throw our morals in the trash. Third Phase just threw their morals in the trash, ethics in the trash. Forget it. Who cares? We're already known as the biggest liar, con artists, grifters, scammers, hoaxers in the world of UFOs. So who cares if people know that we didn't fact check him when we made an entire documentary? Now, let's see how they do on the next one, because I'll put up another $13 for a garbage documentary from Third Phase of Fake and this clown, Dr. Steven Greer. I'll put up another $13, and then we'll review it here. And we'll see if they actually fact check anything he says this time. But this new one is all about free energy nonsense, which, by the way, Dr. Steven Greer already collected, I believe, over $500,000 to create a free energy device. Now he's collected $600,000 just to make a film about free energy. So we have Dr. Steven Greer collecting over $1 million, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, all about free energy, and he has yet to prove that free energy is even possible, let alone has already been created and people are suppressing it. It's the same garbage talking points that every other free energy scammer has used in the history of free energy scammers. And by the way, Steven Greer's not the only person to collect a whole lot of money and promise a free energy device and never deliver one. Many people have done that. David Wilcock just promised a free energy device would power his hover car. We haven't seen the free energy device or the hover car yet because these things don't exist. And it's a method that people use to scam people for money. And it has been for decades and decades and decades. How much money was John Searle given, promising that he would recreate his device that was once functional? Never did, and he never will. Never. We've got Billy Carson, who also happens to work for UFO Circle Jerkers Third Phase of Moon, former criminal. He pled guilty to some fraud-related charges. He's in Third Phase of Moon's documentaries, a man who pled guilty to fraud-related charges. And what's he doing in those documentaries? He's telling stories. So I don't know about you, but I'm not taking the word of a former criminal who pled guilty to fraud-related charges for a fantastical story about anything without proof or evidence. And if you have a background like that that's somewhat suspicious or suspect, I would think you need more evidence of actual that you're telling the truth, not less. And this is the game, and this is how it's played. Get some former criminals. That's what Third Phase does. They have former criminals that work for them, right? How many former criminals work for Third Phase of Moon? We know the UFO Proof is on the run, right? That guy was working with them. He's literally a fugitive from justice right now, to the best of my knowledge, right? Disappeared off of YouTube and the internet in general because he's running from the cops. He works with and for Third Phase of Moon. We've got Billy Carson, which we can show you the court documents from, right? It's all a facade. Let's give these people the appearance that we have some secret information about aliens and UFOs, and then let's jam our hands in their pockets and take every dollar we can from them that they're willing to give us so that they too can hear these fantastical stories that we offer with no proof, no evidence, no backup, no corroboration. Trust me, dude. And here we go with Dr. Steven Greer. So we've gone through the first hour of this interview, which I think is great because he's doing this interview with a former CIA guy, contractor. Sean Ryan is a verified former CIA contractor and Navy SEAL, by the way. But we see this infiltration right now into the UFO community of either former or some say current, you don't retire from the CIA people. We've got To the Stars Academy and Steve Justice and Christopher Mellon and all these other people with intelligence community ties or just straight CIA contractors or employees ran To the Stars Academy, infiltrated the UFO community. We've got John Ramirez running around telling alien stories, former employee of the CIA. We've got Gary Nolan, at least he claims he was working for the CIA for some time. And now we've got Sean Ryan, a verified former contractor for the CIA, bringing us fake alien stories. And one thing you'll notice about the CIA so-called disclosure narrative, this is an op. I'm convinced of it. I've been very cautious about just outright saying that there's a CIA infiltration disclosure operation in the UFO community. But at some point, you have to go with your gut and available evidence. So one might ask themselves, why is a bunch of CIA people infiltrating themselves into the UFO community, ingratiating themselves, going on all kinds of podcasts? How many podcasts has John Ramirez been on telling alien stories? How many podcasts has Gary Nolan been on? How many news or media outlets have these CIA people been involved with, and why? And the narrative is disclosures coming soon, and we're going to get to disclosure. Pardon me if I be the first to caution you that the CIA's job is to lie to people. So why on earth would anybody accept a CIA psyop infiltrating the UFO community and trying to convince us that they're going to tell us the truth about those aliens and UFOs? And now we've got Sean Ryan joining the CIA psyop, some say. And it's interesting that many people in the UFO community just jumped right on that CIA psyop train, right? People that are supposed to be credible researchers, they saw money. Oh, I'm going to get a documentary appearance out of this and a fee? Great. Oh, I'm going to do an event with these other CIA people? Great. Sign me up. They all sold all of us out. Everybody that worked with or for TTSA, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, John Ramirez, Gary Nolan, and others signed up to help the CIA manipulate everyone in the UFO community and steer everyone towards a certain narrative. And the UFO circle jerkers, they're the ones largely responsible for it. These asshole show hosts that allow these CIA psyop people on their show, and they don't ask them hard questions on purpose. They just help them push the psyop narrative, the disclosures coming soon, whatever their nefarious aims are. These UFO profiteering circle jerkers are largely responsible for what happened here with TTSA, with Lou Elizondo, with Gary Nolan, with John Ramirez, right? And with Steven Greer. And whether they knew it or not, they were part of this. And they made it successful. But it's not just the UFO circle jerking podcast crowd that don't ask real questions, right? It's not just them. It's so-called journalists like Leslie Keane and Blumenthal from the New York Times, who just let a former intelligence officer completely and totally lie about running a funded program for 10 years that didn't really exist. They did no fact checking. They're just the same circle jerkers, just different hat, right? I'm a journalist. Put on the journalist hat. I write for the New York Times, and I don't know how to fact check. Bullshit. Bullshit. They're probably Mockingbird assets. They're probably assets of the CIA helping them with the PSYOP. All right, we'll put this article in. We won't fact check what you're saying there, CIA Lou. We won't fact check anything you say. So you can we'll just put this out into the biggest, these lies, half-truths, and inconsistencies. We'll just put all of this out in the biggest, one of the most popular newspapers and trusted news sources in the world today. We'll just put this out with zero fact-checking. And isn't it interesting that some of those people involved in that effort came out later, members of the media, and said that they felt manipulated? Well, I guess so, because that's what the CIA does. They lie to people and they manipulate people for their own nefarious purposes. And now we've got Sean Ryan, former Navy SEAL and CIA contractor. Don't forget the CIA ties. And he sat here. And by the way, let's make no mistake, Sean Ryan is now a UFO circle jerker, like all the rest, because he sat there and just let Steven Greer tell some huge whoppers. We saw in part one, he claimed that he briefed CIA Director James Woolsey. We showed the proof that Woolsey and 3 of his witnesses say that never happened. That's bullshit, right? And also, he never briefed President Clinton. It's in Woolsey's letter. Or I'm sorry, it's in an email we have of Woolsey responding to Steven Greer's ridiculous, out-of-this-world claims that he briefed the sitting CIA director and President Clinton. Well, that guy says that never happened, and he has 3 witnesses. And while I agree we should be cautious when we decide who's telling the truth here, the guy's got 3 witnesses that were all at the same dinner party, all who signed the letter and said, Steven Greer's full of shit. But it gets better because, again, Steven Greer claims that he briefed every sitting president. Well, we checked with the George W. Bush library. There's absolutely no mention of Steven Greer briefing anybody in the George Bush presidency. Not the president, not the vice president, not any of his aides. See, people don't realize this sometimes when they lie, but there are ways that you can check. And every minute of every day of the president is logged. And if somebody comes to the White House or wherever, or the president goes somewhere else and gets briefed by whoever, an expert on global warming, a dignitary from another nation, all of that stuff is logged. Every minute of the president's day is logged. They're hypersensitive about their legacy and preserving everything that they did for a great nation, and it all goes into their library. Wouldn't you know, there's no mention of a Dr. Steven Greer in the Bill Clinton library, in the Obama library, in the George W. Bush library. There's no mention of Steven Greer. And if he truly briefed all these presidents like he says he did, there would be some records. There would be correspondences back and forth. I talked to a person in the know who told me that before a briefing, before the president ever gets briefed by an expert on any subject, there's all these correspondences back and forth. The president may request a briefing. That expert may offer to the president or his staff a briefing. There's letters back and forth. And guess what? All those letters are in the presidential libraries. But in the case of Dr. Steven Greer, there's nothing. Not a mention. None. Now, I know you UFO believer disclosure dorks will come up with some excuse. Go ahead. Do the mental gymnastics, right? But we have proven that Dr. Steven Greer not only has no evidence that he actually briefed presidents, but there is substantial and supportive evidence that he did not brief anyone that was a president. So now the ball's in his court. He has to prove that he briefed every sitting president since Bill Clinton. That means Bill Clinton. That means George W. Bush. That means, what is it? I'm sorry. My history is terrible sometimes. My memory is terrible. Okay, so we've got Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Obama, Donald Trump, and President Biden. He has to prove that he briefed 5 U.S. presidents on aliens, UFOs, and extraterrestrials. He has to prove he did that, because I've got clips of him saying that he did that on the Sean Ryan show and many other media outlets. So you supporters of Steven Greer, right? You want to come after me and offer me your excuses for why there's nothing in the presidential libraries, right? Come to me with your mental gymnastics. But now you know, you clowns, and Steven Greer the clown, and Third Phase, you clowns, and Richie Grifton, who defends Steven Greer. By the way, did you know that the only people that defend Steven Greer for these ridiculous lies that he's constantly telling are people that are making money with and from him? You won't find an impartial observer that will look at these situations and say, yeah, Steve Cambian, you're wrong. You're wrong. You will only find Kool-Aid drinking cult member believers that will argue with me, or people who are making money with and from Steven Greer, who don't want people to know that every time this guy opens his mouth, he's lying. And what kind of slime balls defend him lying, right? 5 presidents. He briefed 5 U.S. presidents on aliens and UFOs. Let me tell you, it should be easy for him to prove those claims if they're true. Now we're going to get some excuses from Third Phase, from Grifton, from anybody making money with Steven Greer at conferences. When you confront them with the overwhelming evidence, and remember, this is just one thing he said. He said he briefed 5 U.S. presidents. Bill Clinton, right? Bill Clinton, George Bush, Barack Obama, Trump, and Biden. And by the way, in a separate media appearance in one of his documentaries, he also claimed that he briefed some vice presidents, including Vice President Pence, who's never heard of him. So the ball is in their court. Let him prove it. Let's see the proof that he briefed all those presidents. And now we're going to get some excuses, right? And I predict that some of these assholes are going to bring in the Men in Black. Well, the Men in Black went in the presidential library and they blacked out all the documents because it's super secret. It's super secret. The presidents don't want to admit they're getting briefings. No, bullshit. I don't live in the land of make-believe, you assholes. So either you come with evidence or we win, and your guy is a lying sack of shit. I'm done trying to prove liars liars. Stories which are offered with no evidence should require no evidence to dispel as lies. Why do I have to spend my day digging through presidential libraries to prove this guy's a liar? It's his responsibility and his supporters' responsibility, and the responsibility of assholes like Third Phase of Moon, who are making money with a pathological lying sack of shit to prove that what he's said in the past is true or real and not fictional and from the land of make-believe. I'm done playing with you clowns in your land of make-believe. Either prove it or shut the fuck up. We win. Your guy is a lying clown. Brief 5 presidents, my asshole. All right, get upset. I'm just, you know what? Today, realizing that I'm a mess sometimes with paperwork, I had to wake up early today, and I did. I woke up early today, and I was on the phone. I could show you my phone logs. I was on the phone all day today with presidential libraries, right? Getting back in touch with some of the archivists I spoke with before. Work together, right? And the next time some clowns like Third Phase of Moon come out with a documentary, we're going to hammer them with that one thing. I briefed 5 presidents. Yeah, you sure did. You sure did, right? If he can't prove it, then him and anybody who works with, for, or makes money from him should be dead to everyone in this thing. Everyone interested in this should consider anybody that works with this man or makes money from him, especially, dead. Just turn your back on anybody that is helping this guy make millions of dollars lying to us, helping this guy make millions of dollars spreading disinformation, misinformation, and outright tall tales and lies. And that's where I'm at with this. I'm not going to waste my time proving liars liars. Liars should have to prove they're not liars. Why do I got to do this? But I did. And don't worry, we'll release it all via Google Drive like we normally do. Great. So I'm going to check in with the live. Oh, isn't that funny? Glitches, huh? One second. Let me try something here. Ooh. All right. Let me take a moment here. I hear we are experiencing some glitches, so let me take a moment here to try to minimize that. And I apologize. We're a live show. Occasionally there is, see, I don't want to turn into David Wilcock and claim there's something nefarious going on, right? Oh, wait, I was way back in the live chat. So let me just check in with the live chat. And I apologize, but I have been putting my phone on Do Not Disturb. Otherwise, all kinds of people ping me throughout the show. And that's our usual way that somebody will let me know, like, there's no audio or whatever the case may be. So I've scrolled all the way back. We want to recognize some kind and generous people in the live chat, including Zizix, who is a member. Thanks for being a member and offering a kind and generous $3 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. We're a viewer-supported show. Zizix is a member supporting the show and throwing a couple of bucks in our hat. Longtime show supporter. We've got Chris Bartell with kind and generous $10 says, I appreciate the brutal honesty of this channel. And we appreciate you, Chris Bartell, for appreciating us. Because, listen, somebody's got to do this, right? We got to clear the field of all these lying con artists, or we're never going to get anywhere with this into solving the actual mystery. We have to clear everyone that is pumping the community full of fake garbage. That includes Third Phase, Grift On, Steven Greer, Corey Good, David Wilcock, all of these people that we show to be the liars that they are. Somebody's got to do this. We have to just clear the field of all of these people that are hoaxers, scammers, liars, disinformation peddlers, or even if there are people helping the disinformation campaigns, we have to do something about that. We have DJ D's with kind and generous $5 again, and also being a member. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We thank all of you for helping us to praise the cash. And by the way, we have Praise the Cash t-shirts now, so you too can praise the cash. 1 second, we'll find our cash clown, and we'll thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. Never going to get into the rest of this interview.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Now I'm all caught up, or I'm trying to be here. Let me make sure. Yeah, we are all caught up. So I'll be monitoring the live chat, and we also want to put up our fair use banner because we'll be sharing this interview in which we've already shown and proven. By the way, you can check out part 1 on our channel here. Oh, and this is funny. This is an old banner. Will he give any of the money back from the fake alien mummy hoax? Why not? Isn't that fraud? Who uses human remains to perpetrate an alien hoax? Yeah, real high quality guy. He used a dead baby to scam people for alien money, right? And Arden reminding everybody you can also donate by PayPal. Thank you, Arden, for helping out and spreading the word. And we read all of those. Make sure you add a note and give me your chat room user ID. So let's get to the banners here. We have our fair use banner, and we are going to share this video, and we're going to make this a transformative work. And you there in the live chat, you can help me make this a transformative work by putting questions or comments about what we're listening to in all capital letters. And that helps make it a transformative work. So by commenting or offering some of your questions in all capital letters, especially, that helps. I put them on the screen. It makes it a transformative work, and we're legally able to do this because we are educating the public. We're critiquing the videos that we're sharing, and this is certainly covered under fair use and allowable by law. And we do have lawyer letters standing by. Occasionally, somebody will try to falsely copyright claim us when we do these commentary shows. We have lawyer letters standing by. We've won every single claim or strike ever levied against our channel. We have very good lawyer letters. So just so you know, if you have a YouTube channel and you falsely copyright strike somebody and they file the counter notification like we do and win, the strike reverts to your channel. It happened to Jimmy Church. So if you want to do that, be my guest. We always win. Oh, let me do this one more time. Always doing that. Someday I'm going to get it on the first shot. Really? Okay, share audio. We're good. All right. And this is from the Sean Ryan show. And we did a part one. We went through the first hour, proving that he lied over and over and over again. Now we're going to get into more of just story time with Steven Greer. That's what I call, anytime I hear Steven Greer talk, it's just, this is story time with Steven Greer, right? All right.
I know who they are. When in reality, we know what they are, where they come from, which ones are man-made and which ones are extraterrestrial. We absolutely have that data.
Okay, so he's saying he knows who the aliens are, where they come from, which craft are man-made and which craft are ET. Great. Where did the aliens come from? Which star system? And we can point that James Webb telescope and we can find their exoplanets and maybe even determine that they come from a habitable world to verify that the location that you're claiming the aliens come from is actually even possible, let alone probable. No, he's never going to tell us that. It's a story. It's story time with Dr. Steven Greer. This is like Mother Goose. Remember growing up, Mother Goose, right?
But see, someone like myself saying that's going to get cut out of any show. For example, I was on a show, it had 22 million people listening live back some years ago. And I started talking about some of the senior membership of this committee.
And this is great because I believe right here, he is talking about Joe Rogan. For those unaware, listen, Joe Rogan did an interview with him. And then somebody sent him a lot of paperwork. And I will neither confirm or deny that I may have been involved with that effort. But shortly after Joe Rogan interviewed him, he took the interview down. And it's not for some nefarious reason. The reason that he did that, it's my belief and speculation, and I'm entitled to it. Joe Rogan took that interview down because he was lying for 2 hours straight. And Joe Rogan finally realized that.
That's running this covert program. And I got to one name. You know, I talked about Admiral Bobby Ray Inman. He's been involved for decades in this. And then he went to the Board of Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC. It's one of the crown jewels of contracting on these exotic propulsion and energy systems. And then I think it was during the election, the second election for W, I mentioned that one of the most senior people is Dick Cheney.
He does look like
And
Umrah.
we went to an unscheduled commercial break. A voice broke in.
Oh, maybe he's not talking about.
And the host had no
Rogan
idea.
here.
And it said, Dr. Greer, change the direction of this conversation now, or we will dump this show live. I said, with 22 million people listening? He says, yes. Don't talk about this. And the host was so sad. And the host to this day.
Yeah, and this is another tall tale. Oh, I was on this show and the voice came over the headphones. You're getting too deep into the good stuff. You better change what you're talking about, or we're gonna. this is nonsense. Then name names. What show was it? Can we call the show? And of course, oh no, the Men in Black. Yeah. You know, this is childish and nonsensical. And this doesn't pass the test of falsifiability. I can't prove he's lying, but he can't prove he's telling the truth. So this information is worthless. And you'll find that time and time again with Greer, you can't prove what he's saying is false sometimes, but he can't prove it's true. So the information is worthless. It's not worth anything then. It doesn't have any value if you can't prove it true or
We'll say, oh, we can talk about anything. It's like when Joe Rogan says, oh, yes, I can talk about free speech. To make his deal with Spotify, the show I did with Joe Rogan, forcibly by the corporate entity, had to be taken out. It is not in the lineup. You have to find it elsewhere.
Yeah, because he took it out on his own because he knew that you lied for 2 hours straight. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Spotify didn't tell him to take that down because you were telling the truth about aliens, you clown. Joe Rogan took it down because you're a liar, and he didn't want to platform a liar.
So anyone who thinks that the media doesn't purge whistleblowers of someone of what we're doing.
Whistleblowers. Did Bob Lazar have any trouble getting on TV, getting a documentary deal? No, of course not. This is garbage.
It's naive. So Mockingbird, there have been a lot of code names for this, but we have a Air Force Intelligence, AFOSI guy.
Yeah,
that I have on tape.
He's a glam filter.
And it's in the unacknowledged documentary. People should look at it. It's for free. Free on all these sites. And he was at Kirkland Air Force Base. And gross. He admitted, and I'm quoting, taking bags of cash to people both in the local and national media, reporters, to secure their cooperation with killing stories or
well, this is the super duper prover maneuver. You know, occasionally, and not the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver, the regular one. The regular super duper prover maneuver is you tell a bunch of lies, but then you inject one factual piece of truth. It is true that there's something called Project Mockingbird, where the CIA infiltrated media outlets and paid people in cash to do what they wanted. That's true. But all this other stuff that he's piling on it, he thinks that somehow proves it's true. It doesn't.
Putting a spin on them. So that corruption and rot reaches very firmly into the fourth estate and now big tech. And, you know, it's been proven now through files released that people are shadow banned, algorithms are changed.
More super.
We had a whistleblower that we put his interview. He was willing to do it posthumously. So I did the interview with him. He died. His wife sent me his death certificate. And then I uploaded it on our YouTube channel, which I have. You can go to it. And his name was Pawlek, Pawelec. And he had been involved in the development of the embeddable radio frequency chips.
Really?
Yeah. And he knew of their use in simulating alien abductions that were being done by the CIA and military.
Well, he said,
we'll get into this.
He didn't offer any proof.
How deep the deception goes.
And by the way, that interview is all over YouTube on various channels. So is he claiming that YouTube censored that? It's still on YouTube.
So we put this up in a few days. He hit 675,000 views. And then overnight we checked and the counter is down to 6,700. They went in and chopped off those numbers so it would take it out of the algorithms as a trending video.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah. And so,
well, I don't even know if I want to give him that one, but maybe.
People who think that doesn't happen, I just want to say, you know, I got a bridge to sell you to nowhere or swampland to sell you.
Yeah, you got a lot of shit to sell us, right?
Because they're just simply naive. And this is another reason why we have to find creative strategies to do this, because
yes, his creative strategies involve everybody just giving him money to do this very important work.
Corporate, if you look at the major media, there's a handful of individuals and corporations that control all of them, all of it. And that becomes a problem when there's this collusion between these covert operations and corporate. Now, to give a little history lesson, late 1800s, early 20th century, something developed called fascism, Of course, now anyone that you disagree with, you call them a fascist.
Mhm.
But the definition of fascism were large financial and corporate interests controlling
Yeah.
government policy.
Only people
and what
actually
the
telling the
government
truth.
would do
Shadow
against
man.
the
Yeah.
interests of the people. That's
Mario
what
Rose,
fascism is.
great
Go look it up.
reminder. Thank you.
Thomas Jefferson warned of it. He actually wrote warned of the unchecked power of the corporations corrupting government.
Yeah, he knows he's selling some shit.
That's where we are, but on a massive scale globally. So that's happened with the media. It's happened with the government programs, and it's happened in other sectors, financial, what have you.
Well, it's the same stories, right?
So the interests of we, the people.
One thing you'll notice, Steven Greer gives all these interviews. It's like Steven Greer's greatest hits of lies, right? He tells those stories that he briefed all the presidents. He talks about the free energy suppression, man-made aerial vehicles that were back engineered from aliens, and you know, you would think after 25 years of telling the same stories, he would start developing some evidence or proof to support those stories. But no, we just get the stories over and over and over again. And that's why it's funny that Third Phase of Fake is making new documentaries. The last documentary, nothing new except for a couple of new, easily proven fake stories. Just a rehash of the same crap over and over and over again.
Have gotten run over by the interests of a relatively handful of extraordinarily powerful corporate and individuals.
How many people do you think are involved at that level?
There are 200 or 300 people on this committee.
I agree. The Urban Way.
And
Yeah.
one branch of it is called MAGIC, the Majority Intelligence Committee.
It is the same story.
MAJI, but committee is a MAGIC.
Oh, yeah. Magic.
Well, I have a document.
Magic. Oh, and he's going to talk about magic documents. Yeah. That have largely been proven to be fraudulent and forged and fake.
That lists it. So this is in my book, Unacknowledged.
Yeah. And the MJ12 documents are kind of, I don't think they're real. And by the way, I once got in an argument, and for those that don't know, I used to talk to Stanton Friedman. I interviewed him a few times, but besides that, I used to just call him and talk about stuff when I was researching stuff. And he believed that some of the MJ12, the original documents, were real, and then there was 100 fakes piled on top to muddy the waters or something. But most serious researchers regard those as works of fiction. Not Steven Greer. They're 100% real.
That document's in there. It's a secret document that I acquired and published. They can't punish me because I declared the project's illegal. A lot of people say, how have they not pursued you?
And how can a private citizen just declare a government project illegal? You can't. And this is horseshit.
I said they can't. Because I had an FBI guy say, I said, let's put the handcuffs on right now and get on the dance floor. Because this is going to go to the, even if it goes in camera, it's going to go to a court, and I will be able to prove. Because what are we going to do? We're going to subpoena the CI director that I briefed. We're going to subpoena the senators I have briefed. We're going to subpoena the head of the Defense Intelligence. All these people will have to tell the truth or lie under oath that, in fact, they were left out. And so I said, I don't think you want a court case like that. Now, people say, man, this guy's a son of a bitch. Well, I'm sort of a fighter, and I'm not intimidated.
Yeah, he's a tough guy.
So they offer me $2 billion. I go, fuck off. Oh, sorry, my language, but.
Oh, yeah. They offered him $2 billion to stop talking about aliens and UFOs, but he didn't take the money. Right? They offered him $2 billion to stop talking about aliens and UFOs. Great.
Get lost. And then, they threatened. And in the 90s, we had 3 people on my team killed, and I was almost killed.
Here we go. So this is another big whopper of a lie. A few people that worked for him apparently died of cancer. He claimed that it was some sort of assassinations. And again, give us their names. We'll go to the state police, the FBI, and all the law enforcement agencies in the local jurisdictions where these people died, and we will try to fact check whether 3 people that worked for him were assassinated. Do you see how thick it's getting in here? What proof does he have that 3 people that worked for him were assassinated? Let me explain to you that despite all of society's problems, the one thing that I think is still intact everywhere in the United States is a huge respect for human life and human dignity. And when somebody dies, the authorities want to get to the bottom of it. If it's a natural death, it's a natural death. We have coroners and things in place, pathologists who will look at the evidence. They will do an autopsy if it's deemed necessary and determine the cause of death. And if it's suspicious, it gets coded as a homicide or a murder, and then it gets fully investigated. So in order to believe Steven Greer's lie right here, we have to believe that there was some vast cover-up, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And all the local police, the local pathologists, the local coroner's office, and everyone was involved in a vast criminal conspiracy to conceal the assassination of somebody that worked for him, who was assassinated because he's talking about alien stories. No, I don't think so. This is another bold-faced lie, right? He briefed, and, I think that eventually when you start listening to this guy, you really have to view it from the lens of is this guy a pathological liar? Does he tell fantastical stories with no evidence or no proof that are likely fake? And the overwhelming answer to me is yes, just based on these 3, right? Let's just pick 3. He briefed 5 presidents, five presidents. He briefed 5 presidents about aliens, extraterrestrials, and UFOs. But there's absolutely no evidence that he actually did. But there is overwhelming evidence that he never corresponded with or met with any of those presidents, right? That's lie number 1. Lie number 2, someone in the military offered him $2 billion to stop talking about aliens. Now that one, again, I'll just apply the principle of falsifiability to that one. I can't prove that that's false. I'm going to try. But he can't prove that it's true. Therefore, that story has 0 value. That information has 0 value. Okay, if you say so, people offered you $2 billion to stop talking about aliens. Okay. And now we get this third huge whopper that 3 separate people that worked for him were all assassinated, meaning murdered. And for this to be true, where are the documents? Can I speak to the investigating officers that investigated each of those murders in their jurisdictions where the deaths occurred? Can we talk to the coroner's office who did the autopsies and determined, yes, these people were assassinated? Or is this another stupid tall tale from a pathological liar? And again, if we apply the principle of falsifiability, and by the way, I could prove whether this is true or not if he will release the names of those people. I have one, and she died of natural causes. I have one name out of these 3 that he's talking about, and that person, verifiably, provably true, died of natural causes. And no one disputes that she died of natural causes. Not their family, not their surviving relatives, not their surviving friends, not the local police, not the coroner's office, not their doctor who diagnosed them with the natural illness that eventually caused their death of natural causes. No one disputes that that person died of natural causes except for this man. That's a huge lie. And why would you dishonor and hurt and victimize? He's victimizing that woman's family, claiming that she got murdered over his alien stories. I'm sorry, that's a slimeball, disgusting, low-down scumbag thing to do. Why doesn't he let his former friend and employee rest in peace? Could it possibly be because Steven Greer has learned that if you use dead people in your stories, people have a hard time disproving that the stories are true or proving that he's lying? I think so. He uses several dead people. Do you know who The guy who he claimed offered him $2 billion is also dead, deceased of natural causes. 3 big whoppers. He briefed 5 sitting presidents. Somebody offered him $2 billion, but that guy's dead and you can't check if he's lying or not. And 3 people that worked for him were murdered. But there's no records of anybody being murdered that worked for him. And let's not forget that he also claimed that an entire company in Michigan got murdered over a free energy device. And in that case, we full court pressed. We went to the state police in Michigan. We went through newspaper archives. We talked to FBI offices. There's no record of an entire company being murdered in the state of Michigan. None, period. So is this man lying? Or am I being too tough on him? Or wait, let me guess. The men in black came in and covered up those 3 people getting assassinated. How dare he dishonor the relatives, the friends, and the family of those 3 people by involving them in his stupid fake alien stories? How dare he do that, right? And by the way, he's opening himself up to a great deal of liability here. Because if a family member that he's talking about feels damaged by what he's doing, he's opening himself up to a lawsuit. You can't just go around and say people got assassinated when they didn't and their family doesn't believe they did. He's using dead people to profit off of stupid people into believing that his alien stories are so important and so true that people are getting murdered over it. It's a tall tale. It's a story. It's just another lie from a manipulative master of lies and deception.
And then I put security in place. It's invisible. But basically, they're very powerful people.
I forgot also one other point that he made is, and he makes this a lot, that people try to kill him. So great. If somebody tried to murder you and you were a father and you had a wife and children and grandchildren, wouldn't you report that to the police? Well, we checked where he lives with the local police department. No police reports of any attempted murders of Dr. Steven Greer. I'm sure he'll offer some excuses for why there's no paperwork or say he didn't file a report. But would you not file a report if somebody tried to murder you? Can we get some additional details of that murder attempt? Who was involved? Did the police have any suspects? Who investigated that attempted murder of you, Dr. Steven Greer? You know, when we apply just a little bit of critical thinking skills and logic to this man's ridiculous fake stories, it all falls apart.
Want us to get this done because they know what's at stake. And we've authorized lethal force if anyone that I'm working with is harmed. And that's in place. That's been in place since 1998.
Since 1998.
Yeah. And that's why no one I'm working with has had that happen.
Since?
Yep. Since 98, nobody.
Okay.
25 years.
Oh, good. Nobody's tried to kill him since 1998.
Let's talk about your new documentary and what's coming up in that.
Yep. Well, if you go to the law.
Now we're going to get into his free energy scam. And just so everybody's aware, Dr. Steven Greer ran a free energy, what I could only describe as a free energy scam, because he wanted people to invest in a company that was going to create a free energy device. And before that, he had a charity, right? And he said it was a charity and you can donate to his charity and he'll create a free energy device. And throughout those various schemes, or some would say scams, he collected, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, over $500,000, right? And he never produced anything. Now he has collected $600,000 to produce a film about free energy. And we get the same old talking points. Government cover-up. This will change everything, destroy the oil and gas industry. All the oligarchs are sending operatives out to cover all this up. And yeah, bullshit. And by the way, people can choose to believe whatever they want to believe, but I have a background in computer science and electronics. I spent my life building things. computers, radios when I was a child, calculators. I built a calculator from chips and parts I ordered. Anyway, I had for a time an interest in these free energy devices. I thought maybe I could save the world if I could build one of these things. They're all scams. You used to be able to go on eBay and buy plans for them. None of them work. None of them work. And in the history of the world, everybody who has claimed they work has never provided any substantial or supportive evidence or proof that they actually work. And it doesn't matter what kind you're talking about, one based on magnets, one based on over unity. None of them work, period. I will say that I still think that John Hutchinson's crystal energy cells might work if somebody put enough time, energy, resources, and research into them. That was the most promising thing I found throughout my foray into free energy. But now this man has collected $600,000 to essentially tell us the same stories that every free energy documentary or free energy scammer looking for money has told us for decades. And nobody's ever proven any of this.
LostCenturyFilm.com. You'll see it's crowdfunded.
Yeah.
So give you an idea,
money.
all these documentaries we've done, we won't let a corporation or a studio fund it. We've crowdfunded from the people.
Can you explain why you have that way?
It's so that it can't be corrupted.
I knew it.
We
so
control
he can
100%
control
of
all
the
the money.
content. Nothing can be taken
why.
out.
Good for you.
I have final control over what's in and what's out. And it can't be watered down by some corporate shill or some media executive who's actually just been bribed by the government.
Yeah, it can't be watered down. Sure. And by the way, we've discussed this issue before. He's collected over, I believe, over $600,000 now. We're going to check in with the website. Collected over $600,000. Go ask a documentary filmmaker how much it costs to make a documentary film. Could you spend $600,000 on one? Sure. But is he going to? I predict no. And we've talked to some documentary filmmakers, and we've asked them to look at his films and, show us or give us their opinion of whether, Dr. Steven Greer actually spent the money that he asked for in the crowdfunding for the film. And I have yet to find a documentary filmmaker who would look at the films that Dr. Steven Greer has made and agree that he spent the money he claimed he needed to make the film on the films. What happens to all the rest of the money? He just keeps it, apparently.
For some corporate entity working on behalf of this secret government. So I'm very careful about it. And that's why we did it, because I tried doing things with other people with their productions, and they would take it, spend it, mutilate it.
Yeah. And
I went, no, we need to do this ourselves with integrity. So it's crowdfunded, and like this film, the LostCenturyFilm.com, we've had one donor for $150,000 and a bunch of people who donated $3. It didn't matter. But now we're at $421,000.
No, now he's at $627,000. This man who lies and lies and lies again has generated $627,000 to make a film that I will tell you right now will contain zero new information. It will all be rehashes. You could go on YouTube right now and just put in free energy documentary, and you'll find all the information that he's going to offer in his show. And I know that because I've seen a lot of different free energy documentaries, and they all tell the same stories over and over and over again. That's my prediction. $627,000 clown can regurgitate stories that weren't proven in the first 10 documentaries they were in, right?
Out of a $500,000 budget. So we're 84%, if my mind's calculating correctly. You run a calculator. You have to do this as an emergency doctor. So we're getting there, but we need people's help. It'd be great if we went over that amount, because then we
Here's a real problem for him, because we're going to need a spreadsheet after this.
can do more what's called marketing and promotion of it. And it's going to pull the curtain back.
So in other words, if he goes over the $500,000 goal, he's going to spend the rest of the money on marketing. And that's going to be a problem for him, because now he's going to have to show everybody a spreadsheet of the marketing. And he's going to have to spend, let's see, look at that. He's going to have to spend $127,000 on marketing of the film, which I guarantee he's not going to want to do, because the film goes out to 1091 or whatever the distributor are, and it goes on Hulu and, you know, Amazon Prime and Netflix and whatever. He doesn't have to spend any money for marketing at all. So what's going to happen to that extra $127,000? And by the way, again, what we're going to do when this film comes out is I'm going to get it, and then we're going to show it. We're going to show it to every documentary film maker that we can find and ask them if that film cost $500,000 to make, right? Just as we did with previous films. And like I said, every documentary filmmaker would say, nope, no way is $500,000 on this screen. And this is a little thing, but I think it's important because it shows the scam nature of what he does. If you say, I need $500,000 to make a documentary, and then let's be generous and say he spends $100,000 to make the documentary. And that's being very generous. That's if you hire Hollywood level color graders and editors and sound people, maybe you could spend $100,000. His films generally consist of a few interviews of him sitting somewhere being filmed talking, and stock video that you can go join a stock video site for $20 a month and use all that stock video. It does not cost $500,000 to make the garbage that he's making. So, you know, and I've heard Third Phase defend them. Like, well, if people want to give him the money, they have the right to. Yeah, but he's lying then and saying, I need $500,000 to make this film, and then he only uses a fifth of the money or a tenth of the money to actually make the film. Then that to me is a form of fraud. If you say I need $500,000 to make a film, and then you can't show that you spent that $500,000 on the film, then you lied to everybody while you were crowdfunding it, and that's illegal. All right, let's get back to the interview.
Specifically on the lost 100 years of these technologies. And it's going to go all the way back, more than 100 years, to the Stubblefield Earth battery, and Nikola Tesla standing there with this old farmer, where he's running his whole farm on this device where he has stakes in the ground.
And by the way, Earth batteries are real, but they generate very, very little usable current. Can you light a light bulb or some other small things with an Earth battery? Sure. But go do some research. Go look up Earth battery on YouTube. You'll find people, you know, making Earth batteries out of like egg cartons full of dirt and stuff. And yeah, it does work. But all you could do is generate enough electricity with an egg carton full of dirt to light an LED for a little while.
That are tapping into this electromagnetic and mostly magnetic flux field.
No, there is no magnetic flux field in the ground, you dummy. It works on chemistry. Earth batteries, see, here's where I get pissed off, because this guy doesn't even know. Earth batteries don't work on magnetic flux fields or any word salad, gobbledygook nonsense that he wants to talk about. It works on chemistry. Look it up. And at least, you dumb asshole, if you're going to make a documentary film, at least know what you're talking about. Earth batteries don't work on magnetic flux, earth, whatever nonsense you're talking about here. It's a simple chemical process.
And running generators running his farm. This is 1902.
It's in 1902.
1902. And Nikola Tesla is standing there. I got the picture. This document is going to blow. It goes from that all the way to the Lockheed Skunk Works devices that started being built.
Oh, and by the way, all those people that he claimed ran their farm from a free energy device, an Earth battery, yeah, they're all dead. So we can't verify. But he's got a picture. So, hey, it must be a true story, right? No, listen, if it was that easy to run an entire farm off of, you know, just putting stakes and wires in the ground, don't you think every farmer would do that, right? And if that technology has been available since 1902, don't you think it would have leaked out? Don't you think that farmer would have told his farmer friends, hey, you can run your whole farm off of this free energy in the ground, an Earth battery it's called. Let me show you how to make one. Garbage. Garbage peddlers peddling garbage.
the 50s. We have witnesses and transcripts of the Norton Air Force Base show, California. Norton's closed now. But they had an air show in 1988 where there were 3 of these man-made UFOs, ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, hovering in this hangar. And those, we have those fully illustrated. We have enough detail. We actually have the schematics of the interior.
You have the schematics of the interior
and the exterior, how they look. And these were built, interestingly, the witness who was there, who was an aerospace designer, saw that the components in it, now this is 1988, were from the late Mercury era. So the Mercury.
And here he's talking about Mark McCandless's ARV. And let me just be very clear in saying this. I grew up looking at Mark McCandless artwork. My father was a huge fan of aviation, and he got Popular Science magazine, Omni, Popular Mechanics, and many other magazines that Mark McCandless would draw these futuristic space planes and other things from. And for those unaware, the ARV is a secondhand story that somebody named Brad Sorensen saw this alien reproduction vehicle that ran on electrogravitics or Tesla technology, and he saw it at a secret air show in a hangar, and then he drew it, and then Mark McCandless did this really nice illustration of it, but there's no proof that it works. There's no proof that this secondhand account is true. It's a story told to another man who told the story to Greer. So what we're going to get in his film is a third-hand account of hearsay. You know, a source told me, right? This is problematic. And by the way, he's been profiting from Mark McCandless, who now sadly is deceased. See the problem here? And I predict that he's going to make new and fantastical claims about things that Mark McCandless said or did, or evidence Mark McCandless had of these devices that he never released while he was alive, or said while he was alive, but we're not going to be able to check. He loves using dead sources, right? Dead sources do not dispute that the stories are fake. A dead source can't come forward and say, Steven Greer's lying, I never said that. So I predict there's going to be some tall tales around Mark McCandless in this now that he's dead.
Capsule, which was late 50s, early 60s. And they had markings and charts on them where they'd been out in space around our solar system. They were specifically told these had gone.
No, that's false as well. That's completely and totally false. Mark McCandless said they never took them out of the atmosphere, right? Or maybe I'm confusing things. We'll just agree to disagree on that.
Now, those
it might have been Bob Lazar who said they never took the sport model out of the atmosphere.
were from the late 50s, early 60s.
What markings would indicate that they've been out in space, right? I've never heard about that from the ARV.
No, Joe.
Are these being doc?
Yeah. So this is going to be shocking.
How's it going to be shocking when this information was out there since 2001? And all the information is a third-hand story. A source told a source told a source, and a drawing that Mark McCandless made. And by the way, if that drawing was so accurate and worked and was a device that actually could create anti-gravity, don't you think that somebody would have taken that drawing and reproduced even a tabletop model? And by the way, I am aware that alien scientists tried it, and so far it didn't work. So, this is Steven Greer recycling 25-year-old stories for profit. And let's just be very clear in this. The ARV story, as much as I love Mark McCandless artwork, I've said that many, many times. It's never been proven that that's a true story. It's never been proven that they cracked the code of anti-gravity. It's a story told to Mark McCandless, who then told it to Steven Greer. So how accurate is the information that we're getting about that thing if it's a third-hand report? And by the way, I love that drawing. I have a blow of it somewhere. And I wish that was true. You know, people get so upset and angry at me. I grew up looking at Mark McCandlish's wonderful illustrations of high-tech aircraft and space planes and experimental stealth aircraft and all kinds of things. I love Mark McCandlish, but all he had was a story from someone, and that's it. And it wasn't proven back when he told it in the 90s. And it wasn't proven in 2001 when they told it in the Disclosure Project thing. And now, 22 years later, this guy, Steven Greer, needs $500,000 to tell you that same old story again. And I guarantee he's not going to have any more proof or evidence that that story is true or real. Just trust me, dude. This is the problem that I have with what some of these hucksters do. If you're recycling a story that wasn't proven true the first time, you better have proof that the so-called true story is true this time, especially when you're asking people for $500,000 for that story to be retold for the 100th time in history.
Oh, yeah.
So it's about an hour and 48 minutes right now. We're just finishing it. We just had a great guy who's a supporter, the Limp Bizkit lead guy of Fred Durst. He's agreed to narrate it. So
he's narrating it.
Yeah.
Nothing
awesome.
says quality, right? Like having Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit narrate your documentary.
So I just got out of a studio with him a couple of days ago where we're laying down the track for the narration. But he's a great guy, very smart, super supportive of what we're doing.
Good.
Yeah. He's also an idiot.
So what else is going to be in there?
Well, we're going to actually have.
And by the way, I think that's an attempt to market his film to younger people.
A lot of the devices going through the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s that weren't the flying devices. But I'll give you an example. There was an inventor named Floyd Sweet, and he had a solid state device, looked like a little bigger than a cigarette pack, that you could attach to an electric motor, say for a car. It wasn't plugged in. It once it got going, it was a 0 point quantum vacuum flux, and it would run a 300 horsepower motor. So imagine having a 300 horsepower motor in your Tesla or your truck, and this little there are no batteries. You don't have 900 pounds of lithium-ion batteries. And
and by the way, that stuff's been out there on the internet for years and years and decades. So why then can somebody not just build these devices? The plans for how to build them are out there, right? Do they really produce free energy? Right? I don't think so. And if they did, don't you think somebody would be using them by now? These devices that the plans and experiments are all over the internet of how to build one, right? This is from 1988, right? From 1988 forward, nobody has built it. Nobody has proven that it worked. But Steven Greer needs $500,000 to put a pretty picture of something that likely doesn't work in his documentary and talk about cover-ups and, just incredible. Incredible.
Lithium-ion batteries really are destroying the environment. And you never have to plug it in. About the time he was going to he was meeting with some people at GM who thought they were interested, but they were actually just trying to find out what he had. After that meeting, he died suddenly, suspiciously.
How?
People.
Yeah, here we go again with it. Oh, the guy just suddenly died. It must have been the Men in Black, right? No proof or evidence that guy died anything other than a natural death. I've looked into him. This is garbage peddling 101, right? Connect all the dots. Well, he had a meeting with somebody, and by the way, there's no proof that he had this meeting that Greer is talking about. There's no verifiable evidence that he ever had a meeting with GE or anybody else from a major energy company about his device. He was a fringe experiment guy, kind of a science guy, experimenter, who largely never proved that his device worked. not with, real measuring devices or real scientists concurring that they worked. And then he died, an old man of natural causes. But here we have Steven Greer is going to build a conspiracy into it so that he could profit off the death of that guy and his device that's never been proven to work. That's the quality of this information that you're going to get in this new Greer documentary. It's garbage.
Claiming, well, he dropped dead of a heart attack. And that was plausible because he was an elderly guy.
Mm-hmm.
But before that, he had an assassination attempt. He was going up some steps and a sniper was trying to shoot it, but he didn't know it, but he tripped just as the bullet went right past his head. And we have the testimony of a lieutenant colonel who was involved in this case, who is a physicist also.
Yeah, can't wait to see that. It's the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver.
This is going to be shocking to people.
Oh yeah,
It's utterly shocking.
These mysterious deaths. And some people are like, oh, that no way. Well, it does. We talked about the Epstein stuff. Let's talk. The guy that invented the Hydra car, gone.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah. I
It's
mean,
gone.
there have been so many. I've worked with people
And then there was,
who've done that.
if you could refresh my memory, but wasn't there somebody else that disappeared and they just happened to be involved in one of the mass shootings?
Yeah, there have been a number of folks where things get set up like that around them. There was a guy doing up this recent shooting up in New York where there was a man who had recreated this water fuel cell where your car could run off water.
And by the way, I have heard all of these, free energy inventors being murdered stories before. But the level of actual proof that you get is akin to the level of proof you get from UFO and alien stories. Trust me, dude. People die, things happen.
Yeah, and just bizarre stuff. So one of the problems with all these inventors,
I mean, it's not a consequence. It's not a coincidence.
no, these are
Well, it could be.
events. But
To even discount that it could be a coincidence shows you, don't bother me with the facts. My mind is already made up.
the problem is that if you're a brilliant electromagnetic engineer, but you don't know the bear you're about to poke with that technology and what they'll do to keep it suppressed, you're destined to fail. So one of the reasons we're doing this documentary is to provide.
Yeah, I think that may have been true pre-internet, but just so you're aware, there are a number of people doing free energy experiments all over YouTube and open sourcing their devices, their research, including John Hutchinson and John Bedini, and many other free energy researchers. It's all over YouTube, right? It's all over the internet. People have websites. There's free energy websites all over the internet with experiments and possibilities for devices that may work. Those guys aren't murdered, right? Nonsensical garbage.
The context so that people who do have these devices come to us, and we have a strategy that we briefly outline in this documentary of how to fix this problem. Well, how do you fix it? The big mistake.
This was from 2008. He's giving the same pitch here that he gave when he ran a free energy charity that collected hundreds of thousands of dollars and never produced anything. He ran a free energy charity and company, for-profit company, soliciting public investment. God knows how much money he collected, and he did produce nothing. No workable device, nothing. No plans, no pictures, nothing. For after collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this is the same pitch that he gave.
Mistake people make, they try to patent it. And we have actually a national security order denial on a patent of one of these devices from an inventor I know. So we're going to prove this is not a conspiracy theory. Here it is from the patent office. So they ain't going to allow it. It gets confiscated. We have a patent examiner who's a PhD physicist testify that they confiscate these things. That's in the movie. Then we say, okay, how are you going to get it out then? If you try to keep how it operates secret, then you're very vulnerable. So one of the things I did for the Disclosure Project for my own security is to decentralize everything I have. It's called detargeting. So why have a big bullseye on your ass
Oh yeah, he's a genius.
when if you were
He's
to
a genius.
disperse all your information and intelligence, which I have done, it would still be out there. Moreover, you create a dead man trigger. So since the 90s, I've had a dead man trigger.
No, there was a female that worked for him that was like his assistant. That's one of the people that he claimed got murdered. He has since then claimed that 2 more people that I believe are males got murdered. So sorry for the confusion. The one that I checked on, whose name was public and known, died of natural causes.
Stuff I'm holding back, that if something happens to me, that hits the internet, and every celebrity that supports what we're doing that can reach a billion people.
I agree, Deborah.
They get
throw
it.
at anybody
They
for
put it
4
out on
coins.
Instagram, and boom, and this is stuff they do not want out.
Mm-hmm.
It's names, it's stuff that I have not released, and where and who. But people say, why don't you release it? I said, well, this is one of my insurance
I agree,
policies.
Don Huber. Yeah.
But what these inventors don't get is that they don't do that. They have no SecOps. So they have no security protocols. They just think, I have a better mousetrap, the world's going to beat a path to my door. When in reality, Murder Incorporated beats a path
I agree,
to my
Mark.
door. Okay. Or it just gets confiscated. Most of the time, it's not even that. They're so crazy. They think, we're going to keep this secret. Nobody will know how it works. And
this is the same crap all
I'm
these
gonna
free
just
energy
sort
guys
of
say.
be able to get it out there without no one proving it. And I said, no. If you're making an outrageous claim that you're pulling energy out of the space around us, it's got to be released for scientific review. It's got to be reproduced by multiple labs and people who are skilled in the art.
Yeah,
You got
the man
to
who
open
carries a
source
baby corpse with him.
Open source means it's just out there.
Mm-hmm.
At the first level. Now, maybe at the second level, you could patent, because then the whole world knows. So what we're proposing
He's got
is
a
that
dead
at a
man's
level
trigger.
one
We're going to go over it. It's
phase
hysterical.
of these new technologies coming out, we're going to leave the things that fly alone, because those could be missile delivery systems. But the things that would run your house, your car, whatever, a boat, a truck, those need to come out like 100 years ago. So the way to do it, and this we outline, is that we would disclose it publicly on blockchain protected systems massively, multiple celebrities. And the first 20 of these devices we would reproduce would be running Demi Lovato's home or Leo DiCaprio's house. Or
This is the same, virtually the same pitch that he gave in 2008. In 2008, he collected hundreds of thousands of dollars to create a free energy device, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, and claimed that they would open source it and it would be free and for everyone on Earth. That was 2008. And, here we are in 2023, and now he needs to collect hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it again. And, one might ask themselves, why did he not get, some consequences for collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars from 2008 forward and producing nothing? Now he's doing it again, but this time he's making a film about it, right? And again, originally from 2008, it's 2023. He's had 15 years to produce something. Oh, but I need another $500,000, right? Isn't that convenient? He needs another $500,000. Then they're going to do it, right? No, this is ridiculous.
Or Dave Grohl, the Foo Fighters, or whoever, all these people interested in this subject. Why? Because the media could suppress this, but you can't suppress dozens of celebrities with 1 billion followers.
Yeah.
Got it? I mean, sort of like it's a very well thought through strategy. It's unconventional. My view is you put a boulder in front of where we're trying to flow, but if you're water, you just flow around it.
No, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Even if they do try to suppress it once, because they could take the post, they could take the video. It's already been out
It's
there.
out.
So many people have already seen it. They would have to delete the
DiCaprio
accounts
needs free energy.
before it gets out.
And I
they
love
have to
the
tear
name
down the whole
dropping,
internet.
right?
If you have,
I know he knows Demi Lovato, right? Because she's a wackadoo, but does he know these other people who he's involving in his new free energy send me money scam? I don't think so.
so our plan would be to have a multi nation, multi-site, blockchain protected.
Free energy. Nah, I want
the
free money.
schematics,
Yeah, he wants
how
some
it
free
works,
money.
everything about it. So anyone could reproduce it if you know how to do that.
You could be right, Mark Tirana.
I couldn't even make a toaster oven.
How many people do you think are out there that know how to produce this kind of technology?
Oh, hundreds.
That's a big bluff.
Hundreds, maybe more. Over the years, there have been thousands of these devices.
I just want to say this. If you were an inventor, an experimenter, and you produced a real and working and verifiably working free energy device, you would be the most famous, richest, most famous scientist, inventor in the history of science and invention. Because think about what free energy would mean. Imagine if you needed no money to heat your home, run all your devices, fuel your car. You could work a tenth of the time that you need to work right now. Think about third world countries. If they had free energy, they could come right up to the technological level of the United States in an instant, because they don't have to worry about generating the income. It would save the environment. No more coal-powered plants, right? So he's saying there's hundreds of these guys out there, but they're just not releasing it for whatever reason. Bullshit. Bullshit. You'd get the Nobel Prize. You would instantly get the Nobel Prize if you created a real, testable, verifiable, working free energy device. And he's sitting here lying, saying there's hundreds of people who know how to do it. So they're all just keeping their mouth shut. They're all keeping their mouth shut and letting the Earth's environment suffer. Why? Why would they do that? They would be famous. They would get the Nobel Prize. They would be recognized. They would get money. They would get grants. They would get funding. Nobody, if they really knew how to do this, would keep their mouth shut about it. Nobody would give away that level of fame and fortune for any reason. So isn't it convenient that he's saying there's hundreds of people that know how to do it? Then why don't they show us?
That are coming.
They never do.
Most of them, people just take it to their grave because they don't understand the strategy of what they need to do. So they'll make a deal with someone financially, and that someone is fronting for another interest that suppresses it. Buys it out. It's called black shelving.
Yeah, blockchain
happens all the time in the corporate world. You know, some
Yeah,
that's
sure.
competition. You create a corporate entity, you fund it, get controlling interest in it, and then you just put it on black shelf. I know of multiple devices that would literally save humanity and the planet that's happened to.
He knows of multiple devices. Great. Get us in touch with their inventors. Let's see them, Dr. Steven Greer. Another big bluff. We're calling, if you're just joining us, you're watching Truthseekers, and we're calling this guy's big bluffs. So far, he said that somebody offered him $2 billion to stop talking about aliens, and that 3 people that work for him got assassinated, right? Absolutely no proof. And previous in this interview, he claimed that he briefed 5 presidents about UFOs, aliens. But check into that. Go to the libraries. No mention of Steven Greer anywhere. He's a liar, a pathological liar. And I believe that his level of lying while he's collecting money for his lies rises to the level of criminal behavior. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. You cannot say, I briefed 5 presidents about UFOs and aliens. Give me money so that I can make a documentary. And then it turns out you didn't brief no one. That would be considered consumer fraud, I would think, right? Like, can I say that I briefed 5 presidents and ask everybody for money to make a documentary without suffering some legal consequences? No way. No way could I get away with it. Why does he get away with saying that he went on a secret mission with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top? Why does he get away with saying 3 people who worked for me got assassinated because our info about aliens is so important? Why does he get away with saying an entire company in the state of Michigan got murdered over a free energy device and sell it in a documentary that's supposed to be true stories, right? I guess it's a gray area, right? It's just bullshit. And maybe people don't care if people are selling bull, buyer beware. But at some point, when he's collecting millions and millions of dollars for these lies, it should rise to a level of somebody investigating this. And by the way, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. We're just raising questions here about the morality and ethics of constantly lying while you're collecting money from the public for supposedly your stories being true.
So you can't do it that way because the legal and financial traps are real. The national security applications that have been abused and under the patent law are real.
Obama Truth Prize.
The Lost Century, this film is going to prove all this.
Yeah, there may be some truth to that out there, channel.
That the public, already 8 minutes. It's all there. So I think that what we're asking people is another ask. If you know of someone, or you have,
he just
one
said
of these
he knew of
systems,
multiple inventors and devices. Now he's asking if you already knew people who had devices, why would you ask the public to bring you people who have devices? And by the way, he did the same thing in 2008 with the Orion Project, a charity collecting, to the best of my knowledge, hundreds of thousands of dollars, produced nothing.
A strategy, the contacts to get it out. Now, the second level, people say, well, I did all this work. I just want to make money on it. I said, that is the second phase. So once it's disclosed publicly, it's a little bit like DARPA creating the internet. So everyone uses the internet, and there's no one who owns the internet. But now that whole platform has created
Did you know that the internet was supposed to be free? Did you know that it was supposed to be free for all of us? But a bunch of companies got together and started bribing members of government, and suddenly it became, a new bill for everybody in America. Isn't that nice that they sold us out? We could have all had free internet this entire time, but the politicians sold us out. Sell me a money bean burrito for free energy. Yeah. Yes, and I have heard of nuclear batteries. They're used on some of the deep space probes. It's more than 10. We may be talking about two separate things, the Out There channel. But Stan Friedman used to tell me about nuclear batteries that they put on Voyager and some of the other spacecraft. Remember, he was a nuclear physicist. He loved nuclear batteries. He could talk to me for hours about nuclear batteries and why we should all have a nuclear battery in our backyard. I'm like, isn't that dangerous? He's like, it doesn't have to be if you do it right. I'm like, okay, Stan Friedman. But he's right. Those nuclear batteries that they put on the Voyager last for 100 years or hundreds of years or more,
Billion and trillion dollar companies, right? Mm-hmm. That's what needs to happen here. Because I think we have it, if we're lucky, 20 years to make this transition.
Why do you say that?
Because the rate of decay of the biosphere, but also the geopolitical problems we're facing, when you have this growing number of the world's population in utter despair and poverty, and that's all based on the fact of the zero-sum game of our energy and financial system. There's no changing that. I mean, if all 8 billion people on the planet live like you and I do, with air conditioning in our trucks, this will be $100. Requires the geopolitical and military. It's a natural output. So this is why when I had this conversation with Senator Barry Goldwater, who was the senior senator from Arizona who ran for president in 1964 and lost. John McCain took his seat. And I was at his home in Paradise Valley. I was just there.
There you go. Serrated grin.
This was back in the 90s.
Dr. Steven Greer claimed that an entire company in the state of Michigan got murdered because they were developing a free energy device. We looked into it. No records, no media reports, nothing. That never happened. And here's another researcher, Serrated Grin. I live in Michigan, and I looked into his claim. It never happened. It's easy to prove this man lying. If you see his lips moving, he's probably lying.
He said, it was a goddamn mistake then and a goddamn mistake now. This was ever kept secret. And because he and I had this long afternoon discussing
I agree, Mark
this,
Toronto.
and what the implications of the secrecy have been, but also what are the wonderful implications of fixing this.
Yeah,
it's nothing less than starting a whole new chapter in human civilization, where in 20 years.
Yeah, I love that one. And did you know that people are taking that clip and using it, talking about the dangers of AI right now, Mark Freeborn? Totally fake story. It never happened. Linda Moulton Howe said that a robot killed 29 people, and then they started trying to kill the robots, but the one robot rebuilt himself stronger and came after the people again. It was a whole Terminator story, right? Completely and totally fake story. And people are right now reposting that fake story and that clip in videos about the dangers of artificial intelligence as if the story was true. It's not.
There would be no poverty on the planet, no pollution, unbelievable abundance. Because if you bring to zero the cost of energy, of transportation, manufacturing,
no free anything, apparently.
You're creating a global economy that's decentralized, where every village, home, whatever.
That's one of our big expenses, you know, but just to be clear, like I don't mind the expense of the internet, because we used to pay like $150, I think, for cable TV and the internet. And we got rid of cable TV. So I think maybe we pay half that now. I don't know. But, you know, myself, my wife, I mean, my children, everybody uses the internet for everything. We just don't have, we have Netflix. That's another additional expense. But I don't mind so much the expense of the internet. But when I think about, imagine, you know, just add up $75 a month for the past 20 years, what you could have saved, you know. I would love to have that money now, but apparently I think it was AT&T, don't quote me, and some other companies, cable companies and communications companies started bribing government officials with money. And then suddenly it became a new bill for the average American household. It was going to be free. They ruined it.
But this is sort of a libertarian's dream, right? But it's also an environmentalist dream. So I tell people this crosses all the political left-right stuff if you understand what's at stake here. So in this one movement, you solve some of the environmental existential problems we're facing.
Yeah,
you're going to solve a lot of these.
Those generators create heat through a nuclear reaction, and that heat is then transferred into electrical energy. You are correct. Stanton Friedman loved those things. He would talk my ear off about them, right?
The political problems with oil and oil supply, Mideast, Russia, gas. But you're also going to, in a real sense, liberate the world from the current system so it can flourish without it being a handful of centralized.
I tried to get an on the record comment. I failed.
That's the plan. Now, to do it, you need to have something that works. And I always tell people, a lot of people say, well, here's a black box and take my word for it. I go, no, I don't take the word on something that's important. It's got to be, we have to have the plans for it. We have to reproduce it. And we have to be able to have other people, third party, and reproduce it. And it should work as advertised. Most of these inventors don't want to do that because they don't know anything about science. The sine qua non of science is independent verification,
so that it would have a stronger body to kill people.
And that's the other problem. A lot of these people have these inventions, but they keep the sauce secret.
You might be right.
No one's going to believe it. Why should they? I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Now, because I've gone into labs and had it tested, I know they exist, but they don't want to turn over the secret to the public, because they're paranoid about having their...
Yeah, and by the way, he claims he went into labs and people proved to him that these free energy devices exist. First of all, he's not a trained scientist. How does he know that they didn't have a hidden power source or something and just fooled him, right?
It's like Gollum. We use this in the movie, and My Precious Ring. Remember the movie? Yeah. And it's like they're trying to protect that, but they don't understand if they could get it out to the whole world as an open source, let's say, proof of principle system. The next phase, they could then create specific products that could be patented. Why? Because now the public...
Right, DJDs, there's no free lunch.
The scientific community would have it, and the public would say, I want that. I want that thing running my F-150 truck.
Yeah.
So I'm not spending $100 to fill it up.
If his lips are moving.
If you're a carpenter. like my dad. So that is something that, becomes a really...
Well, that's interesting. I never knew that. So Greer's father was a carpenter. Hey, Greer, maybe you ought to work for a living like your dad did instead of just lying to people for free money.
Powerful solution. We're spending trillions of dollars on, frankly, fake environmental solutions.
I know you're right, because we actually covered, I did an episode on environmental solutions, which could help with fires, could help with world hunger, it could help with a lot of things.
Yeah.
And it got zero attention. And these guys have been walked into Congress, have been walked into the Senate. Nobody gave them the time of day.
Nope.
And
Nobody cares.
They need to contact here. If someone has something like this, and the reason they need to contact us is that I've worked with inventors since 91.
He says he knows how they work. Why does he need somebody else, right? And here he goes. I've worked with inventors since 1991 that had these devices. So you've had since 1991 to convince somebody to save the world, and you haven't yet, but we got to give you money so that you can try again?
Who have had some version of these. And there's a certain number of known fatal mistakes they make that I'm outlining. So what I've tried.
Remember, this guy said previously he doesn't know how to build a toaster. And by the way, that's not very difficult, right? A toaster is a heating element and a couple of wires. But he knows the secrets of free energy somehow. If you can't build a toaster, you don't understand the secrets of anything that's high-level electronics. I'm just putting that out there.
Tried to do, create a strategy that accounts for those mistakes. And it's kind of unconventional, because most people, when they get something like this, oh my God, I have to keep it secret. I got a patent and I got to do this. No. You take it quickly, because the most dangerous point is when you have something that works, but you don't have millions
Patty,
of people
you're right.
know about it.
You're absolutely right. Good point.
That's the window
Where's
where
the major
it can be
news
confiscated, where your lab can be firebombed, where it can be stolen, where you can be imprisoned, or killed, or whatever.
Yeah.
So
all these excuses for why he knows people that have this technology, they know how to do it, but all we get is excuses for why they haven't. But he's going to bring it to us.
That is just plain not smart. Now, to most people don't know that 800-pound gorilla's out there ready to squash you like a wormy apple.
Free?
They go, oh, I'm great. I'm fine as frog's hair. And until they get hit with these things.
How many of these devices have you seen personally?
Here we go.
Oh, maybe a dozen or so over the years that have been legitimate.
Can you describe what a couple of them look like?
Well, one of them will be in this documentary, and it was out in the desert of Arizona. I was there in September of 2022, and this old guy had out there, it looked like a shoebox, and it was sitting there running. It'd been there for 2 years, putting out 3 kilowatts of power.
All right, that's bullshit.
Really? The average
That's bullshit.
home on average uses about 1.5 kilowatts.
What's inside of it?
He had some fake circuits so that nobody could steal his little secret ring, like Gollum in Lord of the Rings. And there were some specialized magnesium alloy plates.
He's talking about a shoebox-sized device that could power 2 average homes, capable of producing 3 kilowatts. A shoebox-sized device that could generate 3 kilowatts. I'm sorry, but anybody that knows anything about electronics or electricity knows that you likely can't generate that much with a shoebox-sized device, no matter what's inside, but okay.
And it was basically
you know what was inside the device generating the electricity? Element 115. That's what it was.
Resonating with the magnetic field, sort of similar to what Tesla did with the Wardenclyffe, his big Wardenclyffe system, but a much higher tech version.
What was the Warden?
By the way, there is zero proof that Tesla ever invented any free energy device. Zero. There's many claims out there. And by the way, that's part of the free energy scammer super duper prover maneuver. You claim that your device is based on Tesla technology, and for some reason people just believe it, because Tesla was a verified genius who invented, radio, AC, electrical power, electric generator, electric motors. He was a genius. He's largely responsible for our time. So when you attach your device to a known genius, somehow people believe that it's much more believable. No verifiable proof, no plans, no evidence. No one's ever reproduced a device that Tesla ever designed or drew or anything that creates free energy. But all the free energy scammers love to attach their shit wagons to Nikola Tesla.
That was what Nikola Tesla had out on Long Island. That was such a wireless transmission of power, and it was
wireless transmission of power. It wasn't free energy.
Magnetic field of the Earth and converting it to electricity.
Okay.
And that all eventually got blown up. But Tesla had amazing breakthroughs. One of the things we're going to show in this documentary, people think it's an urban myth, that the FBI raided his apartment the day when he died and confiscated all his secret papers.
Here's the super duper prover maneuver. That is true. When they found out that Tesla died, the FBI or the CIA, I'm not sure, some 3-letter agency, alphabet soup agency from the government did raid his apartment and confiscate all of his papers and things. And this is the source of all of the conspiracies around Nikola Tesla. It may indeed be true that he had some secret technology like death rays or things that were never released that the government got a hold of. And by the way, do you know who was in charge of that operation? John Trump, Donald Trump's uncle, who worked at MIT, was put in charge of that and evaluating all of the paperwork and confiscating it. Interesting historical connection. John Trump was the guy on the ground stealing all of Tesla's designs, papers, notes, diaries, etc. on the day that he died, or day after, I think might have been.
The Department of Defense letter to the FBI demanding that the FBI turn those over to them. That's going to be in the documentary.
This is all going to be in the documentary.
Yep.
Back to the box. Does it make any sound? How does it hook up to?
I agree.
The only thing you hear are the things it's running. He was running air conditioners and lights and this and that. We had no wires going into it with any power. The startup battery was a little teeny 3-volt that you could take out once it was running. And
how does it connect?
To what?
To air conditioners. To
conventional wires. It had 110 and 220.
Okay.
And then so it could run anything. You run your house, you run your car.
How did this guy have
it doesn't exist.
Did he have wired
this doesn't
in a fuse
exist.
box or what?
No, he had
this is from the land of Steven Greer make believe, right? And by the way, if you verifiably met this man who had this free energy device, why didn't you take his device and release it to the world? Why would you not, why would you not get that guy to release it to the world? That was why you collected, what was it, $500,000 for your free energy charity, and why you solicited public investment for your free energy company as well. Why would you not? This is how you know it doesn't exist, right? Can we have the name of that guy? Can I interview him and verify that your story is correct? That's another problem with Greer. He's always doing this. This is anonymous sources that no one's allowed to talk to and verify that he's not telling a tall tale. Give us his name. I'll agree to keep it secret and private, but I'll interview him and talk to him about his device, see if his device really exists, see if he had a secret meeting with Steven Greer, who, by the way, also has secret meetings in military underground bases with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, according to Third Phase of Faking Him, right? Such bullshit. Why can't we talk to that guy? Why can nobody else verify that you're not just lying here? He never gives the names. He doesn't want people to be able to prove him a liar. And again, that means that this whole story doesn't pass the test of falsifiability. I can't prove it's fake or a lie. He can't prove it's true or real. Therefore, this whole story has no value other than BS value so that he could get rich selling films full of lies.
No, because he didn't want to have that on the grid. When he did it on the grid, the power company saw that there was something going on, thought that there was a solar panel tied into the grid that wasn't legal because you have to get a permit. And so he had it off. He had his own workshop and other part out on his property, just running independently off of it.
Okay.
So all the wires, air conditioning, refrigerator, everything.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And so, you know,
Grifters.
but
Yeah.
his strategy is to keep it secret.
Shut up. He went on a
And
secret
if someone,
mission
he
with
said,
ZZ
well, if
Top.
someone
Have
got
some
this
respect.
and tried to figure out what was going, I have a circuit in there so it destroys itself.
2 hours of fake stories.
It's this sort
That's
of
what this has
paranoid
been.
inventor stuff,
2 hours
right?
of fake stories.
Which I get.
And by the way, really, you know, congratulations to Third Phase of Moon, because they found the perfect spokesperson to make documentaries with. They lie and create fake UFO videos. Now they got this guy to lie and lie and lie some more with fake stories, right? And they're coming out with a new documentary, right? What is it? Countdown to Disclosure Scam? I don't know what it's called. Somebody in the live chat can remind me what the new Steven Greer Third Phase of Fake documentary is called. Who knows? But these three clowns all belong together, selling their fairy tales.
You know, he spent a lot of time and money and his life's work. But I say, dude, this is how you take this to the grave. You know, he's
Maybe he is Gabber Beast.
So what I have
Maybe
seen
he
over and over
is.
again is very frustrating. Is dozens
Thanks,
of
Pinzer.
these
Welcome,
accounts
Pinzer
where
Lou
they got it
is
to a
here.
certain point. No
What
one
happened to
knew
Flack
exactly how they were
Term or
doing
Flack
it. They
Term
kept all
or
that
whatever.
secret. Next thing you know, someone's bought it off, they've died, or whatever, and it's lost forever. So we have to break this cycle. It's a crazy cycle.
It's worse than the first one.
Around a dozen, I believe you just said. Are they all very similar?
Yeah, he's seen a dozen free energy devices that really work. You know who else has seen a dozen free energy devices that really work? Anybody who has YouTube. There are thousands of YouTube videos claiming free energy devices that really work. How many of those devices have been proven that they really are real and true? None of them. They're all scams. And this guy who can't work a toaster, or excuse me, this guy who can't build a toaster is not qualified to measure anything or determine if a free energy device is real and actually working and generating free energy. If you can't build a toaster and you don't even know how a toaster is built, you are not qualified to evaluate electronic circuits, not like somebody like me would be, right? Why doesn't he have a real electronics expert look at these things and determine them? And, you know, go out there with measuring equipment. Show us the data. He has no data. He's got stories. Stories. That's what he has. Just like Mother Goose has stories. Dr. Steven Greer's got a lot of stories, just like Mother Goose. No evidence, no proof, just stories. Trust me, bro. I saw a dozen free energy devices and they all worked. No, they didn't. No data.
No. There are very different ways. There are like probably 18 ways to skin this cat.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they all small, compressed?
He's aware of 18 ways to create free energy. The same guy who previously in this interview said he doesn't even know how to build a toaster. He knows 18 ways to develop free energy devices, right? Well, where is it? Show us. Show us the 18 ways, you clown. You can't, and you won't, because you are just making up shit.
Size of the shoebox type?
No, there's some that are big rotary systems that are bigger. Yep. So you'll see in the documentary, I think
come up with the biggest bunch of BS.
Maybe a dozen of them historically that have existed with photos and videos and test results. It'll be an interesting documentary for people who we want to pull the curtain back on those systems all the way up to the reverse engineering and the things that fly that Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman and the Raytheon
have. A lot of time and energy on
this is going to be. I cannot wait to see this documentary. It's coming out in June.
June 6th.
June 6th. Then you have June 12th.
Yeah. So 6 days later, we're going to have a National Press Club event again, Disclosure 2.0 in Washington, D.C.
I would love to be there for that.
Yeah. Well, you're invited. And we need many media people and podcast people
18
there.
ways to skin the cat.
The weekend before, that's a Monday, that weekend before on the 10th and 11th, we're going to have a conference open to the public where we be unpacking the intelligence archive, everything we've collected. Right now, it's about 5 or 6 terabytes.
Exactly, Sandy Smith.
It's huge. It's like crazy. Tens of thousands of government documents, photos, videos, drawings, and testimony of, I think we have 109 cases of crash retrieval.
And by the way, why does he need $630,000 for the disclosure of free energy? Remember, if somebody did disclose how free energy really does work and people were able to build devices, it would save the planet, right? So instead of saving the planet, he just needs $630,000 to save the planet. It's ridiculous and it's nonsensical. And none of this makes any sense unless you view it through the lens that he doesn't know shit about free energy. Listen to these bold-ass bullshittery claims of his. He knows 18 ways to create free energy. He's personally witnessed at least 12 free energy devices, all of which work, even though he's not qualified to determine if they really work or not, because this man doesn't know how to build a toaster. He said it. You see the problem here? But he still needs $630,000 to tell you all about these stories with no data, no proof, no evidence. That's my prediction. He is going to rehash every other bullshit story from free energy documentaries for the past 30 years. He's got nothing as far as evidence. He's got nothing as far as verifiable proof. That's my prediction, and I am sticking to it.
Where
109 cases?
Yeah. And you will see, when you see the drawings and what the military guys described and the retrieval of these, that's all going to be there.
Oh,
now, are these all these people
got,
that are bringing this information?
He's got a wackadoo
I think there's gonna be
crew.
a lot more because the whistleblowers, for your call out, where are all these people coming from? Are they all from the U.S.? Are they coming from all over the world?
Some have
primarily
been Canadian, Australian, UK. We have a big Russian file from the KGB era that was given to me.
Yeah, George Knapp.
That's in the archive. Very interesting cases, landing cases. Marina Popovich, who was Pavel Popovich's wife, they were both cosmonauts, had encounters in a case where one landed, an extraterrestrial vehicle landed. And we have all that information. I flew her over in 1995 for this Project Starlight gathering, the very first gathering of these whistleblowers and witnesses.
It's Dr.
And
Steven
then in
Greer,
97, we did it again
liar
for
in the world
members of
of
Congress
UFOs.
offsite in Georgetown. And chairman of committees were there.
He needs
At
the
that
money
stage,
to give
none of them
Randy
had coalesced
Kramer
into a
the money
movement
for
to get where we are now.
Yeah.
And then in 2001, we did the National Press Club event. So this has been an evolving process. That's, when people say, when do you think this will be done by? I said 1993. So 30 years ago, in my optimism and naivete, I thought, well, if I put the best evidence together, and that's what we called it for the president at the time. It was Clinton, as CIA director, all these guys. The best available evidence, BAE. You'll see that in markings on some of my notes that are in this article.
Again, he's claiming that he briefed CIA Director Woolsey and President Clinton, and the CIA Director Woolsey refute that claim. Not only does he refute that claim, but he said he never briefed Clinton on any of this shit. And 3 witnesses also signed the letter verifying that Greer never briefed Woolsey. It was a lie. And I hear that, the dinner party was a cover story and the Men in Black and do your mental gymnastics to believe a scammer who said he briefed 5 sitting U.S. presidents about aliens and UFOs. What does he mean? Did he mail them something? I can mail shit to the White House too. Can I say I briefed President Biden on UFOs and aliens? I'm going to mail some shit tomorrow.
Archive. We're also going to
maybe I'll
release
collect $500,000 to make a film after that.
Last night at dinner, we discussed some of this, and you had mentioned that you have video of an extraterrestrial being dissected.
Photo. It's a photo.
Excuse me.
That is very strange from 1920s.
Yeah, and by the way, that turned out to be a deformed human, I believe, right? No proof that it was actually an alien. It could be anything. Most experts that looked at it, deformed human, burnt human, something from an accident. He has no proof it was an alien.
The provenance of that is very interesting. A woman contacted me, and her grandmother had worked at Los Alamos.
Told me a source.
At the Trinity site on the Manhattan Project. But then they got moved to Roswell. and her mother was there when those three craft went
I
down.
agree.
We found two of them.
Securely.
One wasn't found till 1951. And by the way, that was an early DEW, directional energy weapon, that downed those. And people,
No proof of that. There's no proof that the government had directed energy weapons in 1947. They did have very powerful radars. Some people have claimed that's the cause. I've never heard this claim that there was two ships that were downed, but only one was found in 1947, and one was what, just sitting out in the desert with alien bodies in it for 5 years or 3 years till 1951. Never heard that claim. All the Roswell researchers that I've interviewed never discussed not finding the second craft until 1951. That's likely another BS story from the king of BS stories. And where is the evidence or proof of that claim? There is none.
it was, oh, they crashed in a thunderstorm. I'm quite sure if you can go through interstellar space, you can navigate an Earth-based thunderstorm. But I have a document, and this is in the
Could have been one of those 18
unacknowledged
cats.
book,
Yeah.
of a field agent writing to J. Edgar Hoover about this so-called Roswell.
I know. No,
Same.
I'm here to, you know what? That's good. We'll get a clip. I just want to mention that Co-N is absolutely correct. If all the UFO grifters just have a collection and they gather $2 billion, I will retire and stop talking about all the UFO and alien scammers, fraudsters, and con artists out there. That's my price. $2 billion. I will just shut up. I will disappear. I will delete every Truthseekers video from the internet, every audio podcast, everything. I will sell out to the alien and UFO con artists and grifters for $2 billion because I'm not Steven Greer and I haven't been collecting millions for the last 20 years telling fairy tales. So if you want to buy me, yes, $2 billion, and I will just shut up immediately. As soon as the check clears and I have the funds, right? I want a wire transfer, right? And I want half crypto and half US dollars, 1 billion and 1 billion. And I will disappear and I will shut up about all of the grifters and they can just go on with their scams and grifts and lying to people and making millions. So maybe they'll take up a collection. It'll be worth it in the long run for them.
Saying that these,
I'm pretty sure I am hitting them in the wallet pretty good, some of them. So, you know, yes, every man has a price, and mine is 2 billion.
flying saucers, they called them, discs, crashed because we had switched on a new, quote, radar system.
It's better than 2.
So for those people who don't know, radar is often a euphemism for both a system that detects objects bouncing
He's
radio
been to
waves
White
off of
Castle, but not the
aircraft.
White House.
But also in some of them are active warfare systems, electromagnetic warfare systems. So they had an early electromagnetic system in that new radar system.
And I just want to mention, again, he's telling stories here. There's no verifiable evidence or proof that Roswell, you know, that in 1947, that the United States government had directed energy weapons in use at Roswell, New Mexico. So what are his sources for this story? His imagination, the land of make-believe, or a source told me, a source told me, a source told me, a source told the source, told the source, who then told me. It's just repeated mythology. No one's ever proven that there was directed energy weapons at Roswell in 1947. No one's ever proven that directed energy weapons had anything to do with the crash at Roswell in 1947. It's just a story. And he will offer, I've heard him tell this story 100 times. He offers no evidence, no proof, nothing. Just trust me, dude.
And this field agent, Guy Hottell, Hottell, wrote to J. Edgar Hoover as a field agent. I have that document. When I released it, the FBI had to release it. It became the most watched, looked at document on the FBI site. But it flat out says that that's what happened.
Okay.
So that woman, the grandmother, somehow went from the Manhattan Project to being at Roswell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why?
We're mixing stories now. So the directed energy weapon shot down the craft at Roswell, and then what happened? Oh, somebody got a picture of an alien.
In 1947, the Roswell Army Air Base. It was before the Air Force.
You're right. We'll have to look at
Was
that
the
again.
only
Mark
atomic
Freeborn.
bomb squadron in the world.
Because I could be wrong.
508th.
And I'll apologize if I am.
And the whole planet. So she was there because she followed that operation from the origins of the atomic bomb, out at White Sands and out there, to New Mexico. So when that event happened, apparently someone must have brought in, this is conjecture now, some kind of archive of previous encounters with these objects that went way back. And someone in the photo lab took a picture of a picture. We've proven that's what it is. And it's a extraterrestrial on a dissection with a group of doctors and what looked like some suits in the background.
Lots of stories, no proof.
We've had the top medical historian in the world look at the equipment, the suits, the gloves, and dated it from between 1922 and 29. Now, the rest of it, we don't know.
I agree.
We don't know.
I have heard claims that they were testing some kind of new higher power radar that may have interfered with the craft's electronic systems in some way and caused the crash. That I've heard. But that's again, some of these UFO grifters, they don't care. They'll take a big jump from, some verifiable evidence or proof of higher power radar systems to directed energy beam weapon. And they shot it down.
What event that was, where it was taken. We're trying to track down the personnel that are in there, but we're talking 100 years ago.
What does the ET look like? Does it have arms? Does it have legs?
Yeah, arms,
fingers,
legs,
eyes?
head. The head is covered with a towel. Apparently it was badly mutilated. It had a weird, almost like a spine on the front, like we have a sternum that you could see, like a bumpy thing.
Yeah, and that is suspect. If you were going to take a picture of an extraterrestrial alien, for history's sake, or because you're documenting finding it, why would you cover its face, even if it was mutilated? Makes no sense.
Different hands and feet.
2 arms?
2 arms, 2 legs. Oh, yeah. They're all like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And not tiny. I think it was around 5 feet. It's hard to tell from this photo. So we have a lot of
aliens want to give them the $2 billion.
That's going to be in the doc too.
Not in the documentary, in this archive.
Okay.
So one of the things we're also trying to find is someone who can develop, we talked about this, a website, so that we're refining this archive. This archive I'm handing off to the U.S. government already, the raw data. But we want to.
Does the government actually want an archive from a UFO scammer grifter who's been running around with, I don't know, dead babies claiming they were aliens when they were just a deformed human, right? Do they really want this man's information? Did they ask him for it? Or is this just more fake stories? Fuck, this guy is just full of them.
To organize it more. Right now, it's just hundreds of thousands of things. I mean, I don't know if people realize how much 5-6 terabytes of data is. It's enormous. But what we wanted to do is create something that's available to the public and to the media.
You're right.
That has all of this. The only thing that won't be in there are the things I must redact, people's names and their personal identifying information.
Not credibility, but I understand.
Unless they've become public already with the Disclosure Project or in some other setting, their information will be blackened out, like you see an NSA document or something.
Yeah.
But what they know will be in there.
Yes, he's a
their
VIP.
Information.
The government
in terms of the content. Like I was at this, I was on the Nellis Range and I retrieved an extra.
And you notice that he's looking for a web designer. Do you know, like, you can buy Wix for $20 a month and do this yourself. You're making millions of dollars. You don't have a job, dude. Get on it. Let's see a website full of your best evidence. I can't wait. Right? How many of the documents are going to be fake? How many of the pictures are going to be suspicious, unproven, or fake? How can he not? He's collecting millions of dollars, but he needs a volunteer to make a website for him for free.
Terrestrial vehicle was downed, or an ARV went down, a man-made UFO went down, and I was there, and it had gotten malfunctioned and broke apart, and we were picking it up. I have those kind of things. And so that'll be in there, but without the person's name and DD-214 and all that.
Yeah. So just trust him. He's going to post a bunch of anonymous stories. Did you hear this? Let's unpack this. So his disclosure 2.0, he's going to redact everybody's name and identifying information. So what we're going to get is a bunch of stories from anonymous sources that no one can verify. Real high quality information, all anonymous sources. In other words, he could have just made all this shit up. He could just make it all up, right? Because nobody is going to be allowed to check with his so-called sources that they even exist, let alone told him this crap. Anonymous source, anonymous source, anonymous source, an anonymous source told us, and we're supposed to trust a guy who gets caught lying constantly that he did vet them and they're real people and he checked their DD-214. Notice he mentioned that. Garbage. This guy's going to make a website full of garbage fairy tales.
Well, I can't wait to make that connection.
So that's going to come out around the same, we hope. I can't promise this because I'm not a tech guy. In fact, if I have to turn my computer on, my wife does it for me. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, this guy who just claimed he can't even turn on a computer knows the secrets of free energy, right? And did you guys know that on Kurt Jamungel's Theories of Everything, he was asked to sort of explain the physics of things, like how things worked, and he failed miserably. He just said he can't even turn on his own computer. His wife has to do it. But we're also supposed to believe that he knows 18 ways that you can generate free energy. Dude, if you can't turn on a computer, you don't understand the advanced physics involved in any of that. You don't even understand the basic electronics works if you can't turn on a computer or build a toaster. But we're supposed to believe that he's verified that 18 free energy devices he saw really were real and they worked. The guy who can't turn on a computer, his wife has to do it for him. You see the problem? It's like this guy lies so much he forgets the lies he told previously. He like forgot, oh, shit. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say I can't turn on my own computer after I said I verified that I saw 12 working free energy devices, all of which worked, and I can verify they worked, right?
But you know, I'm a digital moron, frankly. But and
digital electronics is how energy devices work, dude.
If we can find someone to create a secure website that's searchable and well organized for this archive, we hope to have it up by June 1st.
Well, I can't wait to make that connection. It's one of the most brilliant minds that I've ever encountered.
Great.
And I think you're going to find a lot more use for.
Yeah, we need a lot of help. I mean, people, you know, because I'm known in the public, think we have some vast business with a building with staff.
Hey, you collected millions of dollars. If you don't have a staff or a building, it's your own fault. What are you doing with the millions of dollars? Is it going up your nose? Well, like, where's the millions of dollars you've collected? He's going to cry and complain. He needs volunteers because he doesn't have a building or a staff or a business. This man has made millions and millions and millions of dollars selling fake stories for the past 25 years. If he doesn't have any money, it's his own fault. Where did all that money go, Dr. Steven Greer? Greer?
It's my wife and I do this out of a corner of our living room.
Very profitable.
With volunteers and a couple people under contract to help us with things. It's a very modest undertaking.
Yeah.
And a labor of love.
Yeah, because they're idiots.
But, you know,
the Cousins brothers did a lot.
It's just the way it is. I'm just not.
They're idiots.
I'm not good at.
I know what it is. They just wanted to get close enough to him to lick his asshole, so they did the stuff for free. No, I'm sure there's some kind of a money split on the documentaries they produced together, right? How much money is Third Phase making from this liar? That's a valid question, Third Phase. How much money have you made? How much money did you make with the last documentary full of proven and verifiable lies from this man? You garbage peddlers. Now he's going to cry that he doesn't have a staff.
Business. I'm good with ideas and science and strategy, and I need a business mogul help us. But anyway,
Yeah. The money's got to
we've
go
gotten this
somewhere.
far. But we need people who have that talent, but it's got to be someone who really can do. Also, the problem with it, it's not just documents. Now, we probably have 100,000 government documents from all over the world. Amazing stuff.
Well, she's benefiting from the grift.
But we also have video of all these witnesses that have allowed themselves to be publicly known. Most people haven't seen most of it. Because at the National Press Club and what have you, in these documents, you can only show like the tip of the iceberg. This will have all of it.
I agree. This is a terrible thing.
So a guy's interview, we may be able to use 2 or 3 minutes.
But it is interesting that Sean Ryan did a full court press of this. He's making clips, a whole bunch of clips, putting out all kinds of clips from this, all as if this is all 100% true. Sean Ryan, it looks like really bad, in my opinion, here. Because he didn't fact check any of this shit. He just put it out, and then he made clips of all the big lies. Like, I briefed 5 presidents. There's a clip. Oh, they offered me $2 billion to stop talking about aliens. Sean Ryan made a clip of that. Garbage. It's all garbage. And Sean Ryan is a former CIA contractor. Here we have another former CIA or CIA affiliated person becoming part of this infiltration into the UFO community. You think you're going to get the UFO truth from a bunch of CIA people? I don't think so. But here they are, and look what they're pushing. Look what the CIA people are pushing, right? Gary Nolan, CIA guy. What's he pushing? Ross Coulthard's ball shavings. Complete and total fake story. We have conclusive proof of alien technology. They didn't have shit, right? CIA guy, right? CIA Lou, what's he got? 3 videos that don't prove shit that he's been making money off of for like 5 years now, right? Or more. CIA guy, TTSA, what did they do for us? Nothing. What UFO truth did we get from Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan, or all the members of TTSA? We got pictures of balloons and bullshit. Now here comes another CIA guy. What UFO truth is he offering us? This guy's stupid fake stories, right? Don't trust the CIA to give you UFO proof. They don't have UFO proof. Or they do, and they're putting out all this garbage, right? And then you got the useful idiots like Third Phase of Fake and Grifton defending this clown.
But in here, it'll be an hour and a half, whatever.
Yeah.
Much deeper dive.
So it's an open source network full of all of these thousands and thousands of documents, photos, and videos, and interviews.
Right.
I know you have people on the inside here in the U.S. Do you have people on the inside in different agencies throughout the world?
Oh, yes, we have had MOD in UK and MI6 and
any
Australian.
Any with China, Russia?
Russia, yes. China, I've only had an ambassador from China that I've dealt with. Japan, I've dealt with some cabinet level folks.
Great.
Interestingly, when you go to these other countries.
Here's another lie that we can catch him in, right? What Chinese ambassador did you talk to about aliens, you lying, scamming asshole? Give us his name. We'll call him up. We'll call up the Chinese ambassador that you talked to about aliens, and we'll verify with him that you're not lying here. You lie as easily as most people speak. You think, nobody can call the Chinese embassy and talk to ambassadors that you claim that you talk to about aliens and UFOs? Give us his name. And we'll call and verify with the Chinese embassy that you actually talked to a Chinese ambassador, you liar. Come on, give us his name. He never will. Just another whopper of a lie.
That are in the G7, let's say. The group of 7 countries, the big industrial powers.
Oh my God, we might.
And I bring up, since the U.S. government's dragging its feet.
This is probably like BS overload. I don't know about the rest of you, but I have to take. It's like radiation. I got to take the BS from these clowns in small doses. Like, it's too much at once, right? We're gonna get through this.
Why don't you guys take the lead? I'll hand it all over to you. And they just turn pale and go, oh no, we can't get ahead of the U.S. on something this sensitive. So this is why it's such a big breakthrough that the U.S. Congress has finally passed this bill and the president signed it, which is a rare moment of. What's interesting about this is,
yeah, and the NDAA thing, all this whistleblower protection people are cheering from the Disclosure Dork Squad. It says that they can have that whistleblower protection when they testify in closed Senate hearings. They can't just tell the public stuff or they still get arrested. The only people they can tell the secrets to are other people who are already in on the secrets, who can choose to release it to the American people or keep it secret. So congratulations, Disclosure Dorks. The whistleblower protection does nothing for transparency. It does nothing for UFO disclosure. So all of these people, talking about how this is great for disclosure are lying to everyone.
that there's serious bipartisan support for getting to the bottom of this problem, getting to the answers. It's not partisan at all, and it shouldn't be. I mean, it should not be partisan. I mean, it has to be nonpartisan. And that's why I always try to couch things in, this is the tide that'll lift all ships, this information coming out. Unless you own.
Get me a link to
stock
that,
in
Gabber
ExxonMobil.
Beast TV. Get me a link. Send it to me on Discord if you have a link to that.
So
let's move into the JFK Marilyn Monroe assassination.
Oh, some of the fun stuff.
Yeah, let's move into that. What do you know about that?
A lot. So some years ago, I got from the vault from a national security agency guy.
Prime Pac-Man. I agree.
An envelope, and it had a big old Xerox of this document that was a wiretap of Marilyn Monroe, dated a couple of days before they found her dead. And it was.
I just have to mention that Marilyn Monroe conspiracies and JFK are not my usual wheelhouse. So, but given that this man lies about everything else he talks about, I'm assuming that this is more lies and unproven, unverifiable stories. So let's just keep that in mind as we go through this section of garbage from Greer.
Signed by the CIA guy, James Jesus Angleton III. Now, he was a famous fanatical
Archaic Revival
mole hunter and leak stopper at the agency back in the early 60s. Fanatical. And they had wiretapped Marilyn Monroe's phone, and she was calling up Bobby Kennedy and a friend of hers named Rothberg in New York, who was an art dealer.
Oh, I have heard this story. This story might be true.
To tell the whole world what Kennedy had told her about, and I'm quoting, the objects from outer space from the 40s.
No, that's not the story I heard.
A clear reference to Roswell and a couple of the other events that happened out there.
What is his source for
that
this?
was the only one.
He's got a document. He's got a lot of documents. A lot of them are fake.
Crash of an ET craft that happened right after we detonated the first atomic bomb. That has just gotten a Trinity site that has just gotten documented by a good friend of mine, Paula Harris, who's a researcher.
Yeah, Paula Harris is a wackadoo.
It's a fascinating book. So, and there's material associated with that. But so Marilyn, because I think the Kennedy brothers had distanced themselves because the affair she was having with Jack Kennedy was a little bit getting too well known, she was angry. And so she was threatening to spill the beans in a public news conference.
Let's find that. He took it down for a reason. He doesn't want people to see it.
Wetworks killed her, made it look like an overdose of drugs, but it wasn't. One of her friends way back in the day was this old cool guy. He was named Burl Ives, who was an actor and singer.
You're right.
And he was friends, and he was on my executive committee up until he died. Interesting guy, 33rd degree Mason, all that, but he didn't know anything about the subject. So I go into his house in Anacortes, Washington, and I have this document. I didn't bring the original to it, but the one I have. And it's this transcript, and it flat out, he looks, he goes, now I know why they killed her. I said, of course. And of course, Kennedy was livid that happened.
All right. So according to Dr. Steven Greer, Marilyn Monroe was killed because she was going to hold a press conference and tell everybody the truth about those aliens. Is there any verifiable evidence or proof of this? He says he has a document. I'd like to see it. But given that 9 out of 10 of his statements are usually verifiably false and lies, I don't believe it. I will look at the document, though. I will look for that document.
Because he had affection for her.
I happen to know somebody that's very good with JFK and all the Marilyn Monroe stuff. I'll reach out to him and I'll bring us an update on if this story is true, or is this more Steven Greer, typical Steven Greer, trust me, dude.
Or even though he had the distance for.
Also, it's important to point out that Steven Greer is quite fond of saying, I have documents to prove this. But remember, he has been caught using 100% provably fake top secret documents in the past. John from the Black Vault caught him that NRO document that he allegedly or apparently gave to Admiral Tom Wilson was 100% a fake, forged government document. It was not real. He offered that as proof for things as well, many, many times. So just because he says he has a document doesn't mean the story is true, doesn't mean his document is real. He's been caught using faked top secret documents, forged documents before to sell stories that aren't true.
Political reasons. But he was working on an executive order at that time that would have dissolved the agency and a lot of these operations that were dealing with this.
They don't get assassinated, Patty.
Yeah. So before that could go through the executive review process, he was killed. Now, interestingly, it wasn't just the UFO issue. It was a bunch of issues dealing with this whole constellation of problems. Because remember, he took office right after Eisenhower. Eisenhower's last speech to the world, and he's a 5-star general, right? Two-term Republican.
Military-industrial complex.
It was an Abby Hoffman.
Dangers.
He's the one who coined the term, beware the military-industrial complex. He wasn't anti-military. He was anti-fascist, which is the collusion and control of government
100% true,
interests of the people
yes, Kurt
by
Cobain was killed
selfish
because
corporate and moneyed people. That's what he was talking about. People have to get clarity on this.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it gets politicized. Now, this is where
he's got quite a body count. Hillary beat him, though.
Now, I have a witness, a guy named Stephen Lovkin, who was an attorney, but at the time he was an Army Signals Corps guy who was in the White House with Eisenhower. And he saw Eisenhower doodling pictures of UFOs and stuff. And he talked to him and he says, I've lost, they're not.
Secondhand story. This is another thing that we can try to fact check him on, but I'm betting that the witness that he's mentioning here is a dead man. This is his proof. Fake, forged, top secret documents. Somebody told me, and a dead guy told me.
Not telling me much anymore.
It's not a coincidence that he tells these stories, and when he actually named names, I've been following him for some time. When he actually gives you a name, look it up. Find out if that person's dead. Let me know. Because he talks about a lot of dead people, told him a lot of things, right? Isn't that convenient? Nobody can talk to the dead people that told him all this shit, right? And meanwhile, he's using fake top secret documents too.
I've lost control of these projects. A very interesting read. It's in the Disclosure book.
It is in this. Okay.
Yeah, in that book. And so it's a worrisome situation because I've been able to piece together the presidential level of this back all the way to Roosevelt. By the way, Foo Fighters, yes, it's a rock band, but they named their band, Dave Grohl was in Nirvana, after what a Foo Fighter is, which is what a UFO was called.
Really?
In World War II. So in World War II, we had these weird, almost plasma-like objects zipping around our aircraft. The Nazis thought it was a secret Allied weapon. We thought it was a secret Nazi weapon. So there's this medical doctor, this elderly guy was on my team. He was a hematologist, pathologist in Denver. And his uncle was General Jimmy Doolittle. And so this is how I knew this story. So General Doolittle was sent over there by Roosevelt to look into what the heck are these Foo Fighters. And General Doolittle comes back to the White House and tells Roosevelt, sir, those are, quote, interplanetary vehicles. I'm quoting.
So, interplanetary vehicles.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see his sources for that story. Certainly the government looked into the Foo Fighters. during World War II, and we do have various reports of them. But do I know that some general told the president those are interplanetary vehicles? No, I don't. And isn't it fun? Look at him here. He looks like the Grinch that stole UFO disclosure, right? The Grinch that stole UFO disclosure. He's collected millions of dollars. Where's the disclosure, dude? All we get is fake documents, dead people told you shit. Nothing, right? But you got millions of dollars. Congratulations. Disclosure, savior of disclosure, right? All he's brought us is a bunch of stories no one can verify, many of which dead people told him, so you can't talk to them to find out if they ever even met this clown, let alone told him these alien stories. Isn't that convenient? Very convenient.
So that's how far back this knowledge goes.
This is fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
You talk a lot about the Rockefellers.
Well, only to the extent that Lawrence, who was the philosopher king, Lawrence Rockefeller, who was the brother of David Rockefeller of Chase Manhattan, that's now J.P. Morgan Chase. Lawrence wanted to help
He's the Grinch.
with getting this
He's the disclosure
problem
Grinch.
fixed. So he hosted us at the Rockefeller Ranch in the Tetons, and was helping do things behind the scenes. And then later he hosted the Clintons there under cover of a summer vacation to go through this material that we'd put together. The best available evidence is what it was called, BAE. But I think Hillary, if I remember correctly, he told me, Hillary stood up and said, we don't want to hear too much more about this. Too dangerous. But he and I got to know each other quite well. His heart was in the right place. Now he had people around him, we found out, who are actually deep cover intelligence operatives. I don't want to name who they are, but one of them.
Interesting that this Rockefeller funded a lot of research. Did you know that he gave money to Steven Greer? He gave money to Linda Moulton Howe and many other people that were investigating the UFO phenomenon. There's famous pictures of all these UFO researchers hanging out with him. Most people would think that the Rockefellers are like Illuminati or deep state, Are these the people that are really going to bring us the truth about aliens? And why is Steven Greer? That's a question I'd like to ask him. How much money did you get from Rockefeller? How much money did Linda Moulton Howe get from Rockefeller? Right? And what information did you offer for the money that you were given? And by the way, these are just various rumors and stories that they got money. I have not verified with that. They won't answer my questions, but it's a valid question if they're hanging out with him. And there's rumors that he funded many people's research. How much money did they get from Rockefeller? And should we trust somebody that's on Rockefeller's payroll to give us the truth about UFOs and aliens? It's kind of like trusting those CIA people to give us the truth about UFOs and aliens.
I was at their townhouse in Upper East Side. This guy had been ambassador to France for Reagan, on the board of Morgan Stanley. And he was Yale. And he told me he and William F. Buckley, the conservative journalist, were both recruited when they were at Yale into the CIA to be embedded in the corporate and political world.
More stories that he was told by dead people. Like, do we need a counter? Like, how many times in 2 hours did he tell us a story that a dead person told him this? It's an incredibly common tactic he uses. And listen, there's a reason all this man's sources are dead people, because most of this is bull, period. I've never heard somebody have so many dead sources in my entire life. And we should talk about that. Would a real or credible source of information just repeat stories from dead people with no other verifiable proof or evidence that he ever met that dead person, let alone was told this information by this dead person? No. Then why does he get away with it so much? In this 2-hour interview, he probably named, I haven't been counting, but just from memory, he probably named at least 5 people that are all dead that told him stuff about aliens. Isn't that alone a little suspicious? Shouldn't we question this man's accuracy of information, why does he need to use so many people that are dead? And I get he's an old dude, but come on, you don't have any alive sources that told you information about UFOs and aliens that I could interview and verify that you actually met and heard this information from, that will back you up and say, yes, I did tell Dr. Steven Greer that. All we get is dead people from this guy. How many dead people is he talking to? And is he getting this UFO and alien information through a Ouija board? Let's talk to some dead people, dead famous people whose names I can drop. Are you here? Yes. He's pushing the damn thing, right? And having it spell out aliens for him. Like, this is so childish and ridiculous. Come on, man. Bring some real sources, some people that are still alive that we can talk to and verify that you're not full of shit. He's full of shit. This guy is he's full of it.
And so he and his wife sort of were a duo that ended up then misdirecting Rockefeller in the wrong directions to stop that initiative. So people have to understand how really good counterintelligence operates and how you have operatives who
you got to know how really good counterintelligence operates while he's sitting there in the den of a CIA contractor who is letting him lie and tell fake alien stories for 2+ hours now. You got to know how counterintelligence, that's the first true thing he said, right? He could be sitting there part of a counterintelligence operation right now as he's sitting in the den of a CIA contractor. Lovely.
can go in and turn things sideways. Mm-hmm. Now that's 93, 94, 95. So we're talking ancient history here. The big problem is people make these sweeping conspiracy theories. Most of the younger Rockefellers are actually very supportive of this coming out.
Sure.
Lawrence was, but now Jay Rockefeller, who had been the chairman of Senate Intelligence Committee, and David, Lawrence's brother, were both members.
I know.
Of this
I want to
committee.
see him cry. I'm a
and
terrible
I went
person.
out on the deck late at night with Lawrence Rockefeller, and he,
right?
and one night when we had this gathering at the ranch, and this was before Clinton went there. And he turned to me and he said, my family, referring to these other folks, are jumping up and down on my nuts, quote unquote.
Yeah, and these are all quotes from people that no one else can verify. Again, give us the name. Let me interview him and find out if you met this person and he actually said any of this stuff, right? Or is this another dead source?
Because I'm even talking to you and doing this. I said, yeah, I'm sure, because they have a very vested interest in maintaining the secrecy. So there you have some people who were read in.
Yes,
Lawrence was the philosopher, keen philanthropist. He wasn't banking. He wasn't.
It's free
Senate
money
Intelligence
device.
Chairman,
He's got a free money device. It's
Jay
called
Rockefeller
aliens,
had been.
Right.
So you see, there are people who have been in the system who know, but they will turn to their colleagues and lie to them. So here's another pattern you have to get. Everybody have these sweeping, the Bilderbergers and the trilateral. I said, look, most of those folks couldn't find their rear end in a well-lighted room on this issue. But there are people involved who do know. And because they're part of this elite club, say the Senate or what have you, or the National Security Council, they'll go, oh, we've looked into this. There's nothing to it. It's a hot air balloon. Yeah. It's a whatever. I had a guy from the Bohemian Grove come to me after we did the Disclosure Project. And he said, oh, yeah, there was someone there because this had hit the media so hard.
A guy from let's back it up a little bit. Because now we get another anonymous, unverified source.
And because they're part of this elite club, say the Senate or what have you, or the National Security Council, they'll go, oh, we've looked into this. There's nothing to it. It's a hot air balloon. Yeah. It's a whatever. I had a guy from the Bohemian Grove come to me after we did the Disclosure Project. And he said, oh, yeah, there was someone there because this had hit the media so hard. And he says, well, I was involved in committees dealing with this issue in the U.S. government. It all ended up being swamp gas or misperceptions of Venus rising.
A guy from the Bohemian Grove. What guy? Can we have his name so we can interview him? So we can verify you actually talked to somebody from the Bohemian Grove Now he's pulling the Bohemian Grove in. And again, this is another BS story from an anonymous source he won't name. So what we've got for this 2 hours is a guy who keeps naming dead. Anytime he names somebody, they're dead, right? A dead guy told me this about aliens. Another dead guy told me this story about aliens. Another dead guy. Oh, and if they're still alive, I can't name them. And I'm going to have a website full of stories about aliens, but we're going to redact all their identities to protect them. Sure. This is the weakest. This man has nothing insofar as real or verifiable evidence. A big nothing burger of garbage. That's what this guy has. Stories, unverified, unproven stories from dead people and anonymous sources. You can't verify the dead guy said that or even met him, and anonymous sources. Then we get the whoppers like he's briefed 5 presidents. There's no evidence that he actually did, but there is evidence that he never met with any of those presidents in the National Archives.
Or a weather balloon that crashed in New Mexico. And of course, since he was one of them, there's inherent trust. So they have people who go, there's a place near Culpeper, Virginia called The Farm, and people are go there to be trained to be professional disinformation, basically how to lie and to embed yourself and lie. I know where it is. Anyone listening has been there, you know what I'm talking about.
You're right.
So so unfortunately, they're very good at embedding people in key places who then give false information to their brethren and their sisters in that organization who have, because of who they are, they have instant credibility.
Yeah, big red flag. All the sources.
So they're going to say, why are you going to listen to this old doctor? This is what it is, and we know. So I've seen this for 30 years. It's a dog and pony show. Very, very, very clever.
He loves
and that's what happened to Lawrence. Lawrence got zoomed. He got basically diverted by these people he trusted.
Rockefeller was telling him about people
had been in his circle for years, and he ended up getting diverted.
Damn. We're running short on time here, so I want to cover a couple of things. But
sure,
I would like to cover quantum of thought, even though it's very unrelated to what we're talking about. It's a fascinating topic, and I want to dive into that.
Well, this is another whole.
A man who can't turn on his computer is going to talk to us now about advanced physics. A man who doesn't know how to build a toaster is somehow an expert on advanced physics and quantum. You gotta love it, right?
Show, and it's cool. So I always tell people, sort of the entry level technological discussion on this is energy generation, propulsion, electrogravitics. The real amazing information has to do with what quantum physicists call entangled universe. And actually Einstein called it the spooky effect, where the same particle could be in 2 places at once because of what's called non-locality, where basically we think.
Yeah, I get it. He watched a documentary on quantum physics once. This is all like introduction to quantum physics, the first 5 pages of a book. That's his level of understanding of quantum physics. But somehow he knows how free energy works. He knows how alien spacecrafts, propulsion systems operate, how they get here from there. He knows all of this secret information and super advanced physics knowledge. The same man who recently in this interview just admitted he doesn't know how to turn a computer on, right?
In terms of a straight line, point A to B in the universe or in space here. In reality, there's an aspect of the cosmos that is entangled, where every point in space and time is intimately connected to every other, but not at the speed of light or what have you, but instantly.
He really is.
Entanglement. Now, the ultimate entangled field or non-local field is consciousness.
The dead people deny ever briefing Greer.
Mechanics, Erwin Schrödinger, particle wave theory, in 1908 said, the total number of minds in the universe is 1. It's a singularity. So people talk about the singularity. This is the singularity. And it has to do with the consciousness field. So what extraterrestrial civilizations have for their communication systems, they're not going to pick up this thing. right,
Mhm.
at the speed of light and go and communicate from, let's say you're from the Andromeda galaxies, two
I
and a
know
half
that
million
is
light years
sad.
from
And
here.
welcome, Miss Tessa
too slow.
Marie. Good to see
At the
you.
speed, this
here.
goes at the speed of light.
Yeah.
So at the speed of light, it'd take 2.5 million
You
years.
know, Miss Tessa Marie, he does not realize how stupid he sounds. A man says, I don't know how to build a toaster. I don't know how a toaster works. I don't know how to turn on a computer. But he's going to talk to us authoritatively about advanced quantum physics and advanced physics of how alien spacecraft work and how they get here from there and how he communicates with aliens and how free energy devices work. One of these things is not like the other. You can't have it both ways. Either you're not a technical guy and you don't understand basic electronics, or you're a genius that understands 18 ways to create free energy devices. He said both things in one interview, proving that he is a liar on a pathological level.
Years for the signal to get there, and another 2.5 million years for the person to answer and say, yeah, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Maybe.
It's 5 million
Yeah,
years.
who knows?
So we know, and I knew this when I was 18 because I had a contact experience, that these
Not really.
civilizations
Not
have
good enough
both
for me,
innate
Patty,
remote
but-
viewing capabilities, but they have technologies that interface with that quantum field at the level of a quanta of thought. So not just random thought, but like
You're right about
directional,
that,
like,
Star.
like if you're looking
Allegedly,
at the device and
it's
you
a drone
think to
show.
it,
Allegedly.
it transmits to another node, another point. So now we've known this for decades in the CIA and other agencies, because when they started studying the devices, not just the propulsion systems and the energy, but how are these guys communicating? They found these devices. And to me, this is some of the most interesting research that no one ever talks about. But if you look at Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, which is our documentary about contacting and using this technique,
Yeah,
the
transcendental
foundation of it
meditation.
is this. It's the science of consciousness and the science of the quanta of thought interfacing not only with each other, but dropping out of linear space-time.
By the way, we played a clip. We're going to play it again. He's talking about CE5. Did you know that he claimed that aliens taught him CE5 and how to communicate with aliens and vector in spaceships through meditation? Yeah, he claimed he learned that from aliens, right? Is there any proof of that? No, but give me $10 for my app.
And so we call this trans-dimensional physics, physics across dimensions. And one of the dimensions is the so-called thought realm. And it's fascinating. And so now take that knowledge that maybe some mystics in India and the Vedas and meditation, I'll admit that before I was a medical doctor, I was a meditation teacher and studied all this. So I kind of, after I had the contact experience, I went, what the heck? How did this happen? So I became a student of the ancient Vedas and Sanskrit.
Yeah, I don't think you pushed him enough, Patty. I think he let him lie for 2 hours and,
interesting
ask some
career
good questions
track,
for 10 minutes.
But you're unconventional. But what I learned was that this is how these civilizations are able to communicate in real time across 1 million light years of space.
Have you heard of string theory?
Yes.
Now, from what I've heard, the Chinese are claiming that they can communicate with their satellites through string theory. Do you?
It could be. I mean, I know that our intelligence community at the
Oh,
upper
I don't
end
know
of
about
it,
that.
deep black,
Is she a lesbian? I
have
didn't even know that.
systems that are interfacing with this technology.
We have this too.
Oh God, yeah, way back. That got perfected between 1956 and 1965.
Can you describe string theory?
Well, I'll let a physicist describe string theory, and some people don't think it's quite accurate. I think a more accurate view of it is what I'm calling non-locality.
Okay.
In other words, where in what's called entanglement.
That was a brilliant dodge. This guy, Sean Ryan, asked him to explain string theory, and he couldn't. So if you're an expert on all this quantum physics, you'd be able to explain string theory. I could explain the basics of string theory. Why can't he? Right? Because he's no expert. The man who can't turn on a computer can't explain string theory or quantum mechanics. He basically uses word salad nonsense.
Interconnectivity. And this is why Ben Rich, who is the head of the Lockheed Skunk Works, said, and I have 3 people who were there when he said it at a lecture at UCLA.
I'll let a physicist do that because I'm not a physicist.
And he said, this is in, I believe, 1995. He was at the end of his career. And he had taken Kelly Johnson's place, who was founded the Skunk Works, the Lockheed Skunk Works, a U-2 spy plane.
Quick deflection off the toaster.
And he said, someone asked, how would these extraterrestrial civilizations communicate? And he said, every point in space and time is connected to every other point in space and time in real time, instantly. And that's how they're doing it. And it's through consciousness, through mind. And of course, everybody there was like, these are nuclear engineers and whatnot. And they're going, what, WTF? But, that's true. So one of the things I get ridiculed the most for the work I'm doing with contact and consciousness, what people don't realize, that is the deepest secret that they have on this. Because if people understand that, they can bypass any intelligence system and remote view and see, or they can contact these civilizations. They have to be trained, but I train people with we have an app. It's called CE5.
Yeah, great. So this is the biggest kept secret, but I'm selling it in an app for $10. This is the biggest secret about all this alien stuff is consciousness and how to contact them. And by the way, it's the biggest kept secret in all the world about aliens and UFOs, but I'm selling it for $10.
Contact app. And the CE5 contact app, there's millions of people using it now. And it's a whole training program on remote viewing, meditation.
I think that's bullshit. Maybe millions of people have bought it. And by the way, if he's saying millions of people are using that app, then that would mean that millions of people have purchased that app, and the app costs $10. If we take off some money for the developers or for Apple, who's distributing the app, that means he made at least $5 to $8 million, right? $5 to $8 million selling that app. Has any one person been able to verifiably prove that that app actually lets them contact extraterrestrial aliens and communicate with them? Of course not. Has any purchaser of that app been able to prove that they've been able to vector in flying saucers, UFOs, or alien spacecraft through the use of that app? Of course not. So essentially, this man has made at least $5 to $8 million by his own admission here of how many people are using the app. They would have to purchase it, right, before they can use it. He has verifiably made $5 to $8 million selling an app that, despite 10 million people using it, no one can prove that the app works. That's brilliant. Again, $5 to $8 million he must have made selling that app by his own words, by his own admissions here. And not a single person can prove that that app allows you to do what he claims it will allow you to do while he's selling it to you. To me, that is a form of consumer fraud.
Making how to do this. But the foundation of it is what you're asking about. And that's the technological interface that I don't have. We have classified projects that have some of this, but these other civilizations have. I remember talking to a McDonnell Douglas, became part of Boeing.
More main dropping.
One of their chief aerospace engineers is on my team, Dr. Woods. Very elderly now, but he was assigned by old man McDonald Douglas, to look into this issue.
And Mr. Woods is a wackadoo who's made a lot of money selling those MJ-12 documents that many people think are fake. Did he work on projects for the aerospace industry? Yes, but that doesn't prove that any of his wackadoo alien stuff is true. And I don't know that he worked for Greer, more like with Greer. So, but hey, at least that guy's alive, but he won't talk to anybody or verify whether he said shit like this to Greer or anyone else. His son is also involved in selling those MJ-12 documents. They have a website where they've been selling MJ-12 information for decades, to the best of my knowledge, and they have yet to prove that those documents are real, despite selling them for decades. So this is basically the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver.
In the 60s. And he found cases where there were people who had contact with these extraterrestrial vehicles and the personnel, the beings. They're called EBINs, extraterrestrial biological entities.
Yeah.
So,
and where did he get that from? Linda Moulton Howe. And where did Linda Moulton Howe get that? Richard Doty, proven government disinformation agent. To the best of my knowledge, gives Linda Moulton Howe a briefing that calls the aliens extraterrestrial biological entities, or EBINs. So now he's repeating information that's third, fourth, fifth hand from a proven paid government disinformation agent. Awesome.
the EBIN was there, and it had this little kind of black rectangular box. And it was used so that they didn't have to speak verbally like we are. It was kind of telepathic,
Thank
but
you, Mark.
augmented with this technology. And it went back and forth
Doty,
that way.
yes.
Now the human was just receiving it, but very clear.
There's rumors
And
of that.
then
Yes.
this EBIN was receiving it probably innately, but
Yeah, I hear
assisted.
that.
So I call this
That's rumors. and
consciousness
speculation,
assisted
though.
technology, CAT.
And I
And
don't
then
think
the
that's
reverse,
relevant or
technology
care.
assisted consciousness, where the technology
All right, we're
can help
We're gonna
project.
stop this. We'll talk about this. There has been rumors that Greer was on Grindr. I've even seen screenshots of an apparent profiler. It looked like him to me, but these are unproven rumors and speculation that Greer is a closeted homosexual, and some of his clients apparently or allegedly have said that to be true. But I don't know that as a verifiable fact. And to me, I don't really care about his sexuality. I care about him scamming the public with fake stories. So we'll leave it at that. But people are free to try to find that. It's been all over the internet in circles of people interested in these topics, that he's allegedly been on Grindr or is allegedly a homosexual or whatever.
Your remote viewing capability. It goes both ways.
Really?
So so let's say the guidance system on these interstellar vehicles, they can stand at a console and touch it or think to it and then navigate it. That's how it's done.
Wow.
We know how that's done.
That is fascinating.
Yeah. This is the really cool. To me, this other stuff is like,
We know how this is done, but we can't prove it. Just like we know how free energy is done, but we can't prove it. Just like how we know exactly how these aliens' propulsion systems work, but we can't prove it. He knows all these things, but he can't prove any of them. Awesome.
the introductory, but the stuff that really excites me is this, and of course, and Elon Musk has Neuralink, where he's trying to create a interface between the mind and machine, but he's doing it with wires and things in the brain and what have you. No, we're not talking about that, because that's at the speed of light.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the speed of thought. And
Yeah, it could be.
that you're
That's
now
why
in
I'm
another
cautious
universe.
about it,
Now you've
Mark.
gone through the looking
Could be
glass
just
with
rumors
this.
or
This question you
speculation
asked is,
in his defense.
to me, it's the really amazing.
And yeah,
science.
I have to say that, like, I'm a family man. I have a wife and kids. I wouldn't want people spreading rumors. So let's just leave it at that. There was a lot of rumors and speculations, but never been really addressed by him. I don't think anybody's asked him, hey, were you on Grindr? Because the only interviews that he does are with UFO circle jerkers. Do I think if there's people passing around Grindr profile screenshots that he should address it? Sure. But no UFO circle jerker that interviewed him has ever, to the best of my knowledge or recollection, asked him about those rumors. So we have to treat them just as rumors until they're proven 100% to be factual.
Fascinated.
You know what they call this at the CIA, this kind of stuff? And at my uncle's old company, they call it WSFM. Anybody out there listening heard this? Weird science and frickin' magic.
Yeah.
I'm using the F word.
He's been saying weird science and frickin' magic in talks he's given, in paid promotions, in interviews. There's no proof of this. It's just a story. Just a story. That's what the CIA call it. Isn't this guy Sean Ryan in the CIA? Wouldn't he have heard that term? Can he confirm or deny it? No. It's just a story. Another boastful claim that cannot be proven from a man who makes many boastful claims, including claims that he briefed 5 United States presidents about UFOs and aliens. That can't be proven. 3 people working for him were assassinated. That can't be proven. He knows 18 ways to create free energy devices. That can't be proven. And on and on and on we go.
And at my uncle's company, they would call it PFM, just pure effing magic. But it's real. It's science, but it's really amazing.
I agree,
stuff.
Space Exposure. And
How
thanks
much do
for
you
being
know
a
about the
member.
Monroe Institute and
a
their
lot.
studies with the CIA?
Lots.
Can we
And
talk
Army
a little bit about
intelligence.
how long have they been? I didn't realize Army intelligence was using.
Oh,
that.
yeah. General Stubblebine took his people through there.
How long has CIA been have?
I
How long
know.
has CIA been?
Greer will talk
utilizing
for
remote
25
viewing
minutes from one
and
question.
working with the Monroe Institute.
I believe when Monroe Institute was later, I think they started those projects in the 60s and
I agree,
70s.
Archaic Revival. I don't care either.
Monroe Institute was not that integral. They had a technique, hemisync, that they found was useful for some people. And so a lot of people went through there. It's 20 minutes from my country house out near in Virginia, in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Really?
Is where they're located. Mm-hmm. So they did a lot of work with that.
Yeah, did you mention that? He's got a, did you catch that? He's got a country house in the Blue Ridge Mountains. This man has multi million dollar properties, to the best of my knowledge, all money made selling these fake, unverifiable stories with no evidence, no proof, no corroboration, no real documents, but he will show you a lot of fake documents, right?
But it was sort of as a ancillary, not as a principal operation. Yeah. Now, Ingo Swann, who is one of the most famous remote viewers, is a friend of mine, and before he passed away.
Oh, here we go. A dead man is about to tell him another story. How many are we up to? How many dead people tell him stories about UFOs and aliens? Here comes another one from a verifiably dead man named Ingo Swann, who has been known to participate in government projects about remote viewing, claimed to have psychic abilities, and so on. Let's see what that dead man told Steven Greer.
And he regretted what he had done with that. He wished he had done what I'm doing, which was something positive, instead of doing what he was doing with the agency. But
again, stories from a dead guy.
He was the most accurate,
are they true?
Incredibly accurate.
Who knows? The guy's dead.
Very interesting guy. I went up to his house, his place in the East Village in New York, and he was this very flamboyant gay guy with an artist, and he was like this brilliant. He was all over the place. But we had just a great time, and he shared with me a lot of experiences he had with CIA operations, remote viewing, very accurate targeting of things in the Soviet Union and elsewhere out in space. He imaged objects out near Saturn that nobody knew were there, that they proved later were there.
That's another, again, this is all just stories that a dead man told him. No verifiable evidence or proof that these stories are true. I don't know that there's verifiable evidence or proof that Steven Greer ever even met Ingo Swann.
Really amazing.
Is this documented? Some of the stuff?
He has a couple books out that may have mentioned some of it. A lot of times these folks.
Yeah, is there proof? Well, he's got some books out that,
will share.
Here come the excuses.
Personally.
Yeah, a dead man shared this with me personally. So you're not going to be able to find any sources of information to corroborate the story that a dead man, that I just said a dead man told me, right? We're going to have to come up with a new prover maneuver, the corpse prover maneuver or something. I'll come up with a catchy one. Can't do it on the fly. We're going to come up with a new term for Greer's ridiculous use of dead people over and over and over and over and over again. A dead guy said, a dead guy told me about this, about aliens. We need a new prover maneuver involving dead guys.
I don't know if it's in the book. I'd have to look it up and see. He had
Proof
one
is,
book called Penetration.
Yeah.
That you can get that deals with a lot of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Greer's Tales from the Nether Realms, right?
Would you consider what you're doing with CE5 remote viewing?
Oh, sure. It's a more advanced version.
Yeah.
For the purpose. So CE5 Contact in the app, you'll see the purpose of it is for humans to be able to liaison with these civilizations and bypass the government who made a mess of this. So one of the things that we came to realize is that the management of this, and it's understandable how it tracked into military and intelligence operations because it's technological, and we wanted to know how these things work.
Got blurry,
but the
like
complete
Bigfoot.
management of it that way caused there to be a huge mistake in the relationship between humans and these other civilizations. And here I want to put a button on this. When we detonated the first atomic bomb and the subsequent ones, when those go off, everybody knows what an electromagnetic pulse is. What they don't know is that there's an attending so-called scalar or longitudinal wave that...
Here we go. This guy's going to tell us about advanced physics of what happens when a nuclear bomb is exploded, or atomic bomb, I suppose. He can't turn a computer on, and he doesn't know how to build a toaster, but he's somehow going to tell us secret information about what really happens when a nuclear bomb is exploded that other physicists haven't really told us, right? But he knows the truth. And every real nuclear physicist on planet Earth is apparently wrong, misinformed, or covering up this information. Sounds really credible.
Is faster than the speed of light that disrupts the fabric and communication and propulsion guidance systems of extraterrestrial vehicles. This is why they came in huge force in the 40s and 50s.
There's no verifiable evidence or proof that the detonation of a nuclear bomb creates anything that goes faster than the speed of light. Further, there's no verifiable evidence or proof that a nuclear device somehow disrupts extraterrestrial vehicles, systems, propulsions, or communications. This is another trust me, dude story from Steven Greer.
And this is why every single atomic and nuclear weapon storage facility, processing plant, and base and ship has been surveilled by these ET vehicles.
Well, there's another huge claim. Every single place that nuclear devices are stored or, are at on planet Earth has been surveilled by extraterrestrials. Do we have some reports of UFOs above missile silos? Sure. But do we have proof that those were aliens? No. Do we have proof that aliens surveilled every single nuclear weapon storage device on planet Earth? Absolutely not. That is a fantastical claim. Again, with no evidence, no proof, just trust me, dude.
Because when those things are used, it's like tearing the fabric of space-time. Now, there are a few, Jacques Vallée knows this, there are a few physicists who know this. And so this U-2 spy plane pilot that I have brought to DC.
Jacques Vallée, most people might consider an alien wackadoo. So is this the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver? Maybe. I don't know of, I have all Jacques Vallée's books, by the way. I don't know that he's ever talked about this.
This was his big concern. That the military has completely misunderstood what the concern from these civilizations are.
Yeah.
And
no proof of it.
They've looked at it purely as a threat, when in reality, we're the threat. So I have an interview with Gordon Crichton, who was a MI6 guy, British, and he's dead now.
Probably.
He says, yes, when we did that, we kicked a hornet's nest because we actually disrupted their entire system. Too. And remember, entanglement. We think straight line speed of light. Well, EMP, electromagnetic pulse, isn't going to reach Alpha Centauri or some star system. But these so-called longitudinal or scalar waves,
they'll get assassinated.
It's a point that goes out in a straight line without the wave function. Those are multiples the speed of light.
He's praising the cash better than me.
And so this is something that the senators and the president don't know. So there's a whole scientific brief that has to be done.
And here we go again. He knows secret knowledge and information that the president and the senators do not know. And he knows secret physics information about what happens when a nuclear device explodes that no physicist on Earth will agree with him on. And I'll go out on a limb here and say, including Jacques Vallée, come on. And he said that aliens have surveilled every nuclear storage device on planet Earth. These are huge, fantastical claims. And again, this man claims to have briefed all 5 of those presidents. Why don't they know about this? If he briefed them, this is great. This is another great point. He briefed 5 U.S. presidents. And here he is saying, this is information even the senators and the presidents don't know. Well, didn't you tell them about this shit when you briefed them, you liar? Right? This is the mark of a liar. If he briefed all 5 of the presidents, they would know this shit. He just said they don't know about this shit. I guess he left it out of the briefing. So stupid. This guy is a pathological liar, pathological level liar.
Done on how do we get to this place? And because it's been mismanaged, this creates an existential threat for the whole planet, that we have people who don't understand it, who should, and the people who do understand it are weaponizing those systems. And by the way, that's how we have downed dozens and dozens of extraterrestrial vehicles. We're using these advanced energy weapons, but not the ones at the speed of light. The ones that are longitudinal.
There's probably tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of places on planet Earth where nuclear weapons are at or being stored. So they surveilled all of them. You know, this is how you know he's a liar, because that's an absolutist statement. It really is.
Or scalar. And those are ground-based, sea-based, space.
Oh, awesome, Deborah.
We have
I hope
NRO
you enjoy
satellites
them.
with these
Thank
things
you
on.
for your kindness
And we can
generosity.
detect an
Have a
extraterrestrial
good night, Deborah
vehicle
Jones. Lovely.
when it's dropping down out of trans-dimensional. So in other words, when it's not 3D, but it's moved in through these other dimensions, and it's about to quote unquote materialize.
Oh, he's dead now.
There's a neutrino light scatter that happens, and the sats we have up there, the eyes in the sky, the really advanced ones, have neutrino light detectors on them that pick that up.
All right, this is another fantastical statement. According to Dr. Steven Greer, there's satellites orbiting Earth, and they all have neutrino detectors on them. Is there any verifiable proof or evidence of that? No. Trust me, dude. Maybe a dead guy told him about that.
That's triangulated, and then we hit them, or try to. Dangerous. I mean, this is a very dangerous game going on. The president doesn't know this. I know it. I have people who have run the systems on my team.
The president doesn't know it, but I know it. Didn't you brief the president? Why didn't you tell him what you know? Again, his lies don't match up. That's another indicator of a pathological liar. If his lies don't make sense together, then they're lies.
Wow. And we're talking, this foolishness is literally a threat
I will
to the
show
entire
some.
planet.
Yeah.
Which is why, and I want to just remind people of this. This is in the unacknowledged book.
Yeah, he's been briefed.
And it's a letter from the first CIA director to the New York Times in 1961, after Eisenhower left office. And his name was Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, Hillenkoeter. And he said,
another dead guy.
Part of the letter said, the issue is ridiculed when in high places it's taken very seriously. But he said, and this is the key point, the secrecy surrounding UFOs
he knows 18 ways,
is, and I'm
Isaac.
quoting, a threat to the national security.
Yeah, he might have said that. But remember, everybody equates UFOs with aliens. Maybe he meant that if they're unidentified, they might be foreign adversaries, and that's the threat to national security. How do you know that he meant aliens, Steven Greer?
He had seen how badly this has gone. Now, this is 61. This is now 62 years ago. So this is why, again, I make this patriotic appeal to everyone listening who've been involved in this in any small way. It doesn't matter. But if you were directly had knowledge of a facility, an operation, a man-made device, an extraterrestrial device, reconnaissance, radar, whatever it is, please contact me at SiriusDisclosure.com, info@SiriusDisclosure.com, because we have to get this fixed, because in this deep, dark secrecy,
disclosure is very expensive.
And when I say an existential threat to life on Earth, that's what's happening.
He still hasn't proven any of the claims in his first documentary. Why is he getting crowdfunded to the tune of $630 or more $630,000 to make a new documentary? Why don't you prove the shit in your old documentaries? Why don't you prove those fake stories you told in the third phase of fake documentary you make before we give you more money? It's ridiculous. And a neutrino is an antimatter version of a neutron, old common knowledge. Well, it's a great word. It's a great science buzzword. I don't even think he knows what it means, right? but there's neutrino detectors, which would mean, which would mean that there's antimatter version of neutron detectors on spy satellites. I highly doubt that, right? Sarah says his time is running thin. He has a small window before the government takes over this whole topic to sell his BS. He's old news. I agree. Yeah.
By this being mismanaged so badly. So there's a lot at stake.
There is.
Yeah.
Well, Doc, I know you got to get going here. You got
Yeah.
a lot of the places you got to be, and I
Yeah.
just want to say I really, really appreciate you taking the time to come here.
Thank you.
Yes, this former CIA contractor is a big fan of Dr. Steven Greer. And we're just about through this, one more minute or so. And I just want to point out that not one time did this interviewer stop him. Every time he made absolutely ridiculous, fantastical claims like 3 people that worked for me got murdered, or I briefed 5 presidents, or the government, someone in the government offered me $2 billion to stop talking about aliens, or I know 18 ways to create free energy devices, or I saw 12 working and verified they worked energy devices. Not one time did this interview stop him and ask him for verifiable proof, verifiable evidence of his claims. Not one time in the 10 plus times that this man said, a dead guy told me this story about aliens, did he ask for any verifiable proof or evidence. Just to be clear, then, Sean Ryan, congratulations. I'm going to send you one of these shirts. You are now a UFO circle jerker. And Sean Ryan may be unaware, what is a UFO circle jerker? A UFO circle jerker is somebody who takes the money and run, just like he just did. You sit there for 2+ hours and let one of these UFO profiteering whores lie through their teeth with absolutely ridiculous claims with no evidence, or the only evidence is a dead guy told me, right? Or fake documents, or trust me, dude. Congratulations, Sean Ryan. You are now a UFO circle jerker. A very successful. He's doing better than those little podcasters that, those shit peddlers, right? Those disclosure dork UFO circle jerkers that interview clowns like this and do the same thing. Don't ask for proof. Don't ask for evidence. That'll mess up the clicks and views. Just let the guy say fantastical things with no evidence, no proof. Just a dead guy told me, or trust me, dude, right? Amazing, amazing. Welcome to the club. Sean Ryan, you are now a UFO circle jerker. Besides being a CIA subcontractor, and some people in the UFO community are speculating that Sean Ryan's job in this was to let Steven Greer sit there and tell fantastical, easily proven fake stories. For whatever the CIA wants that out there. I don't know why. Why would the CIA want lots of people running around telling completely, easily, provably fake stories about aliens? Who knows? But he's verifiably was a CIA subcontractor, right? And of course worked for the government and the Navy, part of the intelligence community. And he is sitting there, not fact-checking, not pushing back, letting this man tell absolutely ridiculous fake stories. Congratulations, Sean Ryan. You just may get the UFO Circle Jerker of the Year.
And for this interview, and I am really hoping that I see you again.
Big
We will.
fan.
So
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Big
Perfect.
fan.
Hope to see you at the National Press Club event
I will be
and the
there.
conference before.
I will be there.
Yeah. Thank you.
But cheers.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to have to stop it there, friends, because he might be using copyrighted music that we don't have a license for. But I just wanted to mention that he's just under 1 million views on YouTube. And that's quite a lot of money. And that doesn't count the hundreds of thousands of views he's getting from clipping little portions of this interview and shooting them all over the internet. And by the way, they're on TikTok. They're on various platforms. I've seen some clips from this on Twitter, on YouTube, certainly. So all of this fake information about aliens, all of this disinformation, misinformation, unverifiable, some would say laughably fake stories about aliens, free energy, and conspiracies, all brought to us by a CIA subcontractor, former. Yeah. I don't even know what to say about this, right? And by the way, I just want to point something out that's interesting. Remember that Sean Ryan is able to get 1 million or more monetized YouTube views, which translates into quite a lot of money. Go Google how much money do you get paid on YouTube for 1 million monetized views, and you'll get some idea of just how much money Sean Ryan just made to essentially let a guy lie for 2+ hours straight on his show with absolutely no fact checking. And come on, these are huge claims that he made through this whole thing. And I get it. Maybe Sean Ryan's new at interviewing UFO wackadoos, but he's going to have to do a better job, because this was the most circle jerked I have seen Steven Greer in a long time. And it's unfortunate. And unfortunately, the one chance that we get that there would be real questions was on Theories of Everything. And to be honest with you, I was very disappointed. I submitted questions. I was told the questions were too accusatory because I was asking specific financial questions about all the money he collects and where it goes. Kurt did push back on him a little bit, asking him to explain the physics, and Greer failed miserably. He couldn't explain shit, but he's going to tell us that he's an expert and he knows how all these things work, right? Taxpayer says, I know where he got this story. A CT scanner uses neutrinos. You reverse the emitter and field to detect them. Common knowledge. Yeah, could be. And we want to thank Stormcrow for a kind and generous $2 Australian. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Longtime show supporter, Stormcrow, always in the audience with some great things to share and great points to make, and here to help us praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
That's right. So listen, here's what else I'm going to say. And listen good, Third Phase of Fake. You better fact check every goddamn thing that this idiot clown says in your documentary. You better fact check everything the former criminals that you're employing to go in documentaries with this guy. You better fact check every word of this new documentary. And by the way, too bad for them. I think it's already off. The new Third Phase of Fake documentary is coming out soon with Dr. Steven Greer. So I'm predicting they didn't fact check shit. And by the way, if you want another window into another UFO circle jerker clown who's helping defend these, listen, tonight we gave you the truth the best that we could. And we try to fact check this guy about all of these absolutely ridiculous claims that he makes, right? Do you know who else besides Third Phase of Moon is defending Steven Greer? Richie Griffon. Goofon is defending him. And by the way, Goofon always does a terrible job, right? Lions Ground made a video about Steven Greer being a fraud and a liar. And Goofon said a lot of stupid things like he didn't prove anything, he didn't show sources or this or that. And by the way, for those unaware, Heathcliff from Lions Ground is a monster, right? He is a monster. Richie Goofon thinking he could take on that guy is literally like, I don't know. It's like a 70-pound midget trying to fight, Andre the Giant. It just, you got no shot. But Goofon, stupid as he is, decided that he was going to defend the honor of Steven Greer, I suppose, to, Third Phase of Fake don't like people making videos about what a clown and a liar and a fraud and a hoaxer that Steven Greer is, especially right before they put out a documentary with him. So along comes Goofon, who works for Third Phase. You see how this works? Third Phase is making money from Steven Greer. Goofon is making money from Third Phase of Moon. So the only people you will you will find defending this guy and his absolutely ridiculous, stupid claims are people that are making money from him, like Third Phase of Moon and GoofOn. In the description of this video is a wonderful reply video that Heathcliff from Lion's Ground made after GoofOn tried to say he was wrong about Steven Greer. It's glorious, and it made that clown look like an idiot yet again. But hey, you listeners of these clowns, Third Phase or GoofOn, congratulations. You're giving them money so that they can lie to you. Great job. Great job. And, you know, in this whole debacle, this whole, is Third Phase hoaxers? GoofOn said a lot of stupid shit. And I don't even want to retread all that. It's enough to say that anybody who gives those clowns money or even watches them is contributing to the lies, the disinformation, the misinformation, and the people hoaxing things and pushing 100% provably fake information into the UFO community. Congratulations, you clowns are part of the problem. Great job. Great job. Great job helping him lie to more people. Great job making new documentaries full of lies to infect the UFO community with, you clowns. Great job. And I invite you to watch that documentary. It's called it's not a documentary. It's a video on YouTube from Heathcliff of Lion's Ground, where he really makes, look, it's not hard to do, but he made GoofOn look like an idiot. So I like it, right? And I've got a vendetta, right? And he didn't do nothing to me. Yeah, all he did was, I don't know, say I have pedo friends and that might make me a pedophile, call me a liar, call me a hoaxer, attack my wife, attack my children, attack my dead father, right? He didn't do anything to me. And now I've got a vendetta. It's wonderful, right? Yeah, I do. You start talking about my wife's tits, you're on my shit list forever, bro. Oh, and that's another thing, by the way. Since Third Phase of Fake are such intellectual cowards and weaklings, and they don't want anybody to see these documentaries that prove all of the shit they faked over the years, it's glorious. It's glorious. They copyright claimed it off of YouTube, and we can't put them on YouTube unless we want to, I don't know if I want to risk a strike on my channel, but Sapiens Culture, who made the first, what people are calling a documentary, the first video called The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed, they copyright claimed it to get it taken off of YouTube. I made a new documentary that details all hoaxes from the past 5 years of Third Phase of Moon, and that was because Richie Idiot kept saying, they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. Well, first he said they have never hoaxed anything. Then everybody started showing him proof that they had hoaxed things. Then it was, they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. Then he said they haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. So the second documentary is all stuff that we've included that was all fakes, frauds, and hoaxes from Third Phase of Moon, all in the past 5 years, including some in the past 3 years. And then, of course, there is the show that we made that proves that Richie Grifton lied to everybody. And he knew that they were accepting and using fake videos the entire time he was running around attacking everybody that said they were frauds or hoaxers, right? He knew the whole time. And because they're intellectual cowards and weaklings and want to stop people from watching it, what I do is I broadcast them on Twitter every day to my 5,000 plus followers. And, it's wonderful. And although, they're not getting huge numbers on Twitter, but those numbers add up. And, it's interesting that we can look, and I could show you how many people are watching those documentaries, right? I'll just share this. So congratulations, you lied to your audience, you lied to the public. And, of course, I'm to blame, right? It's my fault, right? He didn't do anything. And Gorilla Gamer is here chiming in, also said, I am faking my kidney cancer. GoofOn is a real turd of a human. Yeah. So here's this is just a random sampling. If you search certain keywords on Twitter, all you're going to find is these documentaries that they don't want anybody to see. Here's one that got 260 views. Here's one that got 238 views, 262 views, 193 views, 220 views, 228 views, 184 views, 228 again. And remember, I'm broadcasting these every day on Twitter. So if you would like to see these free documentaries showing what clowns Third Phase of Moon are, who are making documentaries with this other lying clown, Dr. Steven Greer, you can 154 viewers, 173 viewers, 360 viewers for that one, 261 viewers, 175 viewers, 203 viewers. So, this attempt at stepping on free speech, it didn't work for them because the Streisand effect, more people wanted to see it. And, all the people watching those people, what you're doing is you are encouraging these guys who have been caught lying to you. If you have been caught lying to your audience and you still have an audience, that tells you everything that is wrong with this whole thing and how cult-like the belief system is of some people. Like, well, Third Phase of Moon only got caught making fake videos and hoaxing fake aliens and fake UFOs like 100 times, so that's not too bad. And Goofon only got caught lying like at least 5 or 10 times. And I'm not, more than that. I think we have a list. I just write it down. When he lies, I just write it down. We're up to like 50 lies Goofon has told about me, about Third Phase, and whether they fake stuff, about Steven Greer, right? It's amazing that these people still have audiences. But we have seen time and time again that some people simply like being lied to, right? Look at how many people watch Linda Moulton Hale lie to everybody. Look at how many people watch this clown. Almost 1 million people watch this Dr. Steven Greer lie through his teeth for 2+ hours. We are in the land of lies and make-believe, right? We're going to keep doing things the right way here. We are not going to sell out for YouTube ad pennies, and that's been offered. Yeah, my price is still... I said it before in the broadcast earlier, my price is $2 billion. Unless somebody gives me $2 billion, like they offered to Dr. Steven Greer, I'm not shutting up about grifter UFO scammers ever, right? And by the way, if you want to see those videos, those Third Phase of Moon videos, which are laughable, how fake those clowns are. And they are now making documentaries with Steven Greer. It's awesome. Follow me on Twitter at Steven Cambian. Every day I broadcast 3 videos. The first Third Phase of Moon documentary, it's called The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. It was made by a great researcher, Sapiens Culture, who proved, among other things, that they filmed a whole bunch of fake UFOs all within 2 miles of their house early on. Also proved that they used their 4-year-old son to fake an alien sighting, right? Father of the Year award using a 4-year-old in an alien scam. Great. And many, many more. And Richie Grifton is such a burnout that he couldn't, pay attention for 2 hours of the documentary. So first, when that one came out, he kept saying, well, I haven't seen that documentary yet, but he made like 6 shows talking about how wrong we are. Well, then watch the goddamn thing, you dummy, right? Goes on other shows. They're wrong. They didn't prove anything. There's no evidence. There's 2 hours of evidence, you idiot. And then, because he kept saying that they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years, I made another one, and we only included hoaxes, fakes, frauds, and forgeries of Third Phase of Fake from the past 5 years. All of those were in the past 5 years. And then there's another video I broadcast every day because it shows that people were sending Third Phase of Moon 100% faked videos. They accepted them, knew they were fake, and then they posted those fake videos and pretended they were spaceships or unidentified flying objects. And Rich had those messages. He knew this entire time. He knew the whole time that they were faking things. What did he do? He attacked the critics that knew that he attacked everyone telling people the truth. with lies, slander, personal attacks, nasty shit, attacking people's family, attacking cancer patients, attacking people's children, calling people pedos. Woo, man. What a slime ball. But that's the world we live in, right? And, and he can say he didn't do anything wrong. Lying to your audience is wrong. I'm going to give you a little advice. Lying to your audience is wrong. Don't say you didn't do anything wrong. You lied to your audience for a year, dude. But it is what it is. So now, Third Phase of Fake and Goofon are on Team Greer. And by the way, I'm going to keep it up. Every time this Greer clown does an interview like this, we're going to show people what a liar he is. So congratulations, Third Phase of Fake. You hitched your shit wagon to the biggest liar in the world of UFOs, Dr. Steven Greer. And congratulations, Goofon. You hitched your even shittier shit wagon to Third Phase and the biggest liar. The biggest hoaxers and the biggest liars in the world of UFOs, and Goofon is working for them. Great. Good job, pal. Really credible. You're such a credible guy, right? I've been in the field for 20 years. Ah, great. So go ahead, you fraudster, scammer, liar, grifter, hoaxer, dickheads, and hitch your shit wagon to this garbage peddler, Steven Greer. We'll be here to bring people the truth while you are there to bring people more lies, right? More excuses incoming. We're going to get more excuses. And there's going to be more personal attacks against me, right? Why don't they prove Steven Greer's telling the truth? They won't. They'll come after me, my family, my children, right? And by the way, Third Phase of Moon is okay with their employee or subcontractor calling people pedos, making fun of people's disabilities. Oh, yeah, they did that too. Making fun of disabled people, making fun of overweight people, calling retired cops dirty cops with absolutely no evidence, just slandering people. They're okay with all of that, and they still employ their clown, Richie Grifton. It's wonderful. So congratulations, Team Scam. That's what we're calling them from now on, all four of them. We got Greer, we got Goofon, and we got the two Cousins Brothers idiots, Team Scam. Congratulations. You are the people that make this subject worthy of mockery with your fakery, fraudery, and bull. All right, we'll take comments and questions from the live chat. But before we do that, I do have to, I don't know how effective this even is this far into the broadcast. And boy, this was a long one, but we had an hour and a half of this presentation to get through. And I think it's important that we don't check out, right? Get through the whole belly of lies, right? Get through the whole thing. And we did, but it took quite a long time tonight. So I don't know how effective this will be, but I'm still going to play these bumpers and remind you how you can support our show. There are people making lots of money lying to you. We do our very best to teach you critical thinking skills and logic and teach you how to check people, fact check, look for evidence when people are making fantastical claims. Other people are making lots of money lying to you. And I reasoned when I start this show, maybe people will support me for not being a sellout loser scumball like some people. And I'm happy to say that there's people from all over the world supporting us. And here's our wonderful announcer, the man with the golden voice, Mr. Ian, to let you know how you can help support real research into these strange and esoteric topics.
Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambian's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truthseekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truthseekers with your host, Steven Cambian. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truthseekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truthseekers. Truthseekers.
Okay, we are back. So there's how to support the show if you choose to. And just a note, all of our content is always available for free, both the audio version of our show and the video version of our show. It's always free. You can choose to support us if you choose to. And we like that model. We reach more people, and people who really feel strongly about the good work that we're doing here are able to support us and help other people see this work. I want to also remind you that we have a merchandise store now, so you too can be a UFO circle jerker, right? And all of our wonderful fun catchphrases and some things from the show. We just added just a Truthseekers logo t-shirt as well. And I have some information about the store issue. So apparently the Amazon store is available in the United States, Great Britain, and a few other places, but it's not available in some places like Canada and Australia. It's a merchandise on demand store through Amazon. So for some of you, you can't get the merchandise yet, but we've got a solution, and that will be available. There will be a separate second storefront that we're opening, and that will be available worldwide. So pretty soon, worldwide, anybody, anywhere should be able to order merchandise from our selection of stuff that we're offering, and all proceeds, well, a portion of the proceeds. I have a wonderful viewer. He knows who he is, who helped us set up the storefront and is setting up the second storefront. And we will be able to have anybody anywhere soon. Pretty soon, anybody anywhere will be able to get merchandise. You can either use the Amazon store if that's quicker for you, or this other storefront that we will be opening, and it'll be available very, very shortly. So all you people in Canada, I apologize. A lot of people have been messaging me. I can't see the stuff. I can't buy it on Amazon. issues. So we're working through those issues. Pretty soon, everybody will be able to be a UFO circle jerker, just like Third Phase of Moon, just like Sean Ryan, just like Goofon. You too can be a UFO circle jerker and contribute to disinformation, misinformation, and fake stories in the world of UFOs and aliens. Great. And also, we've got new merchandise being added, and that's awesome. Every so often we'll be adding some new merchandise. This is one. Somebody asked, why don't you have one with just the Truthseekers logo? That's what I want to purchase. And so we do now. And you can get that on the Amazon store. The link to the current Amazon store is in the description of the video. We'll have the link for the second store, which should offer worldwide shipping to all those countries that the Amazon store does not do shipping to. Shortly. And we thank all of you. I hear a lot of people are buying shirts, and I'm happy about that, right? Thank you all for your generosity and your support. And that's just another great way to support the show. Another thing that I should mention is another great way to support the show is through Twitch. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Now, I realize that this is asking a lot, because what if you've never used Twitch? Just sign up for a Twitch account. Only takes a few minutes. Once you have a Twitch account, you can go to your Amazon settings and link your Twitch account. And then you could go back to Twitch and you could become a subscriber for free. Amazon Prime lets you subscribe to a Twitch content creator every month for free. And it comes with your Amazon Prime account. It won't cost you anything but a few minutes of figuring out how to start a Twitch account, link your Amazon account, go back to Twitch, and we have a video for it. I'm going to place it separately on our YouTube channel because I really don't want to play that every show. We try to keep, the interruptions to a minimum. So I have just a bit more time to share with you. I got an early day tomorrow. My children have a half day off of school. So, and it looks like I am going to the cabin. Mark Tarana. Reminding people, if you like Steven's work, please subscribe and share this content. It really does help. And our other call to action. I found out from somebody that's literally a YouTube expert on how the algorithms work and all of these things, is that one of the best ways that you could help our show is to watch one more. Now, I realize this is a really long broadcast, but I'm not saying today, just maybe tomorrow while you're at work. Put one of our videos from YouTube in the background. Listen while you work. If you're driving somewhere, listen while you drive. Watching one more apparently does more than any other thing you could do. It does more than commenting. It does more than liking the video. It does more than sharing the video on your social media for our future. Because what happens is, apparently, if you watch one show and then you come back and watch some more, but we're only asking you to watch one more, please, or listen to one more in the background. If you do that, somehow the YouTube algorithm figures out that we produce good quality content that people like enough to come back to. And then they put us in a separate category for recommendations. And then that means that they will raise us in the search rankings. They will raise us in the recommendations. They will put our videos recommended in more people's feeds, because apparently they can detect if you keep going back and watching more content from a particular producer. They put that content producer in a new category that, where they have some confidence that you're producing good stuff because people are coming back. So one of the best ways you can help us is watch one more, listen to one more. It really does help. And again, I don't mean now, I mean whenever you get a chance. I would really, truly appreciate it. We have something like, I don't know how many videos. We have 800 live videos from the past. Some great interviews, some great topics, some great guests. You can find one. And also, you could use the YouTube search tool. You can go to our main channel and then just click that little magnifying glass and put in anything you want. Subject matter, Bigfoot, UFOs, certain personalities. You could put Steven Greer in there, Corey Good, David Wilcock, Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan, Ross Coulthard. We cover Linda Moulton Howe. We cover all the clowns. So we would appreciate you. Find one more, watch it. It really, really does help. Cohen says, you will be offered $2 billion to not sell your merchandise because you are such a threat to truth. Yes. Truthseekers is now a Bezos operative. Yes, I am. And the reason I like that way to support the show is it costs people nothing. And then when I get money from Twitch, I feel like I'm stealing money right from Jeff Bezos. He's got enough money. He's a billionaire, richest man on earth, probably. He can give me some money every month, right? He can support good content by giving that little couple bucks to all his Amazon Prime members who can then give it to us on Twitch. It's a great way to support the show and it costs nothing. All right. Dana Shackleton is here. Good to see you. Says, I believe ETs are real, but everyone is pushing their own narrative and story for that money. It's sickening. Don't know who to trust these days. Yeah, honestly, I've reached a point where I trust almost no one. There are 5, count them 5. There are 5 people on my list that I still consider credible researchers and good sources of information on the internet about UFOs and aliens. I've shared some of them. I can count them all on one hand. The rest of everybody else, grifters, scammers, or very suspicious to me, and I don't trust until I verify, right? A lot of grifters out there, Jana, chasing those UFO bucks. I agree. Steven Greer will smear with a sneer. Yeah. The truth will slowly filter in. What does your heart tell you? Yes, and we have blue avian flavored Doritos. Well, we're working on that deal with Doritos, right? With Frito-Lay. We got to get those blue avian flavored Doritos going on the merchandise store, right? Blue. Oh, sorry about that. Somehow I bounced myself out of my own live stream. I apologize. Yeah, we definitely need more merchandise, right? Where is the cash clown? Praise the cash kid. Well, people have to send money and then we play one of the bumpers. That's how it works, right? And we've shown him a bunch of times tonight. We have had many generous and kind people. And by the way, I'm going to just check in with our PayPal. That's another way to support the show. And if you do use PayPal, especially for big donations, we really appreciate you using PayPal because they take a lot less than YouTube does. YouTube, I don't know if YouTube is up to 40% now or more. I think I have to check in with that. Yeah, we're good on the PayPal end. So Stormcrow with a kind and generous Australian $2 says, praise the UFO cash. That's right. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank God Almighty. And thank you, Stormcrow, who's a longtime show viewer, supporter, always in the live chat with some good things to share, and is always around to help us to praise the cash. We appreciate that immensely. Thank you, all of our kind and generous benefactors. Thank you, Stormcrow. Thank you, Patreon supporters, channel members, Twitch subscribers, PayPal donators, super chatters, super sticker purchasers, and super thankers. We appreciate all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show and helping us, of course. We got to do it. In order to keep going, we got to praise the cash hard, and Stormcrow is here to help us do it.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
There you go. Thank you, Stormcrow, and all of you kind and generous benefactors. Mark Tirana. And questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. I'll take some questions or comments before we wrap things up here. Guaranteed to have a clown shoes sighting on Steven's channel. Yeah, absolutely. Right? Pleiadian Doritos. Well, I never heard of that, but okay, Co-N. And Sarath is just laughing, right? So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. And Mark Tirana reminding people, yes, like, comment, subscribe, and share. Hit the like button on the way out. If you haven't already hit the like button, it would really benefit us, and we thank you. Cohen says, when are you going to do an episode on this gematria hogwash that people are buying into, and especially being peddled to African Americans to reinforce victim consciousness? Believe it or not, that's on my list. I have a master list over there on the back of the door, a big whiteboard, and I write potential subjects for shows down. And that's on there. It's just, that's a sensitive subject and it has to be done right. And things take a long time. I get that. DJG says, when every lie gets $10 a pop, reporting the truth is lucky to collect 10 cents. Yes, we pay the truth tax here, but we're still happy for all you kind and generous benefactors, and happy that we're not sellout losers like some people. It's so transparent to look at some of these personalities like Third Phase and their merry bunch of supposed UFO experts that are all grip. I don't know about all of them. Integrity garners respect. Great show, mate. Gotta bail early. Well, thank you, Mark Freeborn, and good to see you here. Don't be a stranger. You're welcome back anytime. Good comments tonight. We appreciate you being here. Do you think 0-point energy machine is actually possible? It could be. It very well could be. But unfortunately, the field of free energy is a lot like UFOs. There are some people that are very, very moral and ethical in their research and in sharing information for free and things like that. But unfortunately, the people that get all the attention in the world of free energy are all the grifters and scammers, just like the UFO community. That's why there's so many UFO community guys that also scam on free energy. Like, let's see, Dr. Steven Greer had a free energy charity. Billy Carson had a free energy charity, right? David Wilcock had a charity, not about free energy, but then he had this whole scam teaching people free energy and anti-gravity in a $333 course. Guess how many people were able to build a free energy device after taking David Wilcock's very expensive $333 course? Nobody, not a single person. Isn't that great? Recommended authors. Well, honestly, I can't. Well, I do like, I'm reading a book by Joseph Farrell right now. I like some of his books, and I like Walter Bosley. But I like all books on this stuff. It's just some of them not so big on evidence or proof, right? I like Philip Mannel's books. I'm reading Jason Quitt books still. He put out some new stuff. If you like sort of ancient Egyptian stuff and ancient mysteries, and I do. Yeah, the Billy Carson show. I don't know. We'll do that eventually. Probably good. We'll probably be doing that. He's in the new Third Phase of Moon and Steven Greer documentary. So we're probably not going to do a whole show, but we'll show the evidence that we have, right? We just have to be careful. Glad to see your show growing, Steven. I'm glad to see it as well, the context. Buy a shirt, bitch. Come on, man. The link's in the description. Look, Daniel, you too can be a UFO circle jerker, right? You too could be a UFO circle jerker. Absolutely. And I got another shirt that I should have showed on the show as well. I'm not going to put it on, and nobody wants to see me without a shirt on, so because that would be gross. But look at this, Daniel. We're moving up in the world. We got an Amazon merchandise store. So here we go. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Hallelujah. Praise the cash. Buy a Praise the Cash shirt. Help us praise the cash. Hallelujah. Praise the cash, Daniel. Praise it, right? And we have Truthseekers logo shirts, Daniel. We have all kinds of stuff. But you're in Australia, so you got to wait. We'll have that other storefront open, and then I better see you buying a shirt. You got to support a brother. Not all of us get a real job. Daniel used to be making YouTube content, but he got a real job with Rebel News. God bless him. I love Rebel News. Boy, that dude has some balls, Daniel. I would like to work for a guy like that, right? I just respect people that have balls. This guy's going to the Bilderberg group and interviewing assholes. Oh, it's beautiful. And all the stuff that he does, I really like it. Yeah, good for you, though. You got a real job. Everybody's getting a big upgrade out of YouTube content, right? Who's that other guy? Manny from Area 503, Daniel. He got a job working for Bob Kiviat, the producer of Fact or Fiction and the producer of the Alien Autopsy documentaries, the Fox ones, and Unsolved Mysteries producer. He got a job with that guy. That was my job, the prick. It's all right. I used to make a lot of money in the mainstream. Aren't you happier now, though, because you feel like you're working for real people that are telling the truth? and not lying to people. That is a good book. I don't know how much of it is true, but it's a good book. Operation Shutdown is here and says, much respect for telling it like it is. Well, that's part of the fun here, right? And boy, somebody, I was talking to somebody who said, Stephen, if you get offered enough money, though, you'll sell out like everybody else. Well, we've been at this for like 8 years and I haven't sold out yet. And people have offered me some money at various times, but maybe they didn't meet the $2 billion price I have to sell my soul. So, yeah, I love that dude. You should get me an interview, you prick, right? He's got a half hour to hop on here with me, right? Tell him about us. Get me an interview. I could have such a good time interviewing him, just laughing at some of the shit that he's done and play the clips. It's wonderful. I love that dude. Yeah, and I love that he doesn't back down. He's one of those guys. He's somebody that you can look up to as a real like muckraking journalist. Daniel, there's very few people that I would go, yeah, I would like to work for that guy. He's one of those guys I saw and I went, I would like to work for a guy like this, right? And Daniel got that job too, to prick. Everybody gets the job, my dream jobs, right? It doesn't matter because Truthseeker is going to get $2 billion he will be offered. Yeah, maybe all the UFO grifters could take up a collection to stop me from ruining their grifts, right? Yeah, honesty is priceless. I do agree. And Stormcrow says 100%. Ray Kachinka says, I love the mass Dr. Steven Greer clip at the beginning. Yes, and we'll be doing we have this honest UFO conference that we're going to be doing. I keep saying, I need like 20 more hours and it'll all be done to do it. I'm going to try next week to just do an hour a day so that maybe in a few weeks we'll have it done. It's going to be awesome. It's all the masked characters all together at a UFO conference, but instead of lying to everybody, they're all telling the truth for once. And I think that's good, right? I think that's a good thing. Truth seekers to the moon. Well, the moon, yeah, the earth is flat, Daniel. So space isn't real. That's a conspiracy. It's not real. Got to get the Grinch Photoshop. Yeah, I'm telling you, sometimes I go back sometimes I just stop a video at the perfect place and then I take stills from it. That's one of those times, right? Mass greed is a trademark of Truthseekers and Spectral International LLC. Yes. Truthseekers, aka Griftbusters. Somebody took M Seeker of Truth did Griftbusters, and then I thought it was kind of funny. He had Jordan Sather on busting grifts with him. But he said Jordan's changed, and we have to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he fell in with the Corey Good cult, and maybe he's not such a bad guy or whatever, right? Mark Taranis says, "Without truth, we have nothing." Well, I would definitely agree with that, and I did think that the whole concept of like going after some of these liars was kind of a crazy concept because. You have to admit, almost everybody that gets into these subjects, they go the grift way. They keep their mouths shut. They get the big celebrity UFO. Well, they're not celebrities. That's another thing. Putting these clowns on a pedestal, UFO celebrity. That means they're about as famous as, somebody that was on television in the 80s is now that hasn't done anything since. They're not celebrities, UFO celebrities. But what we see is almost everybody goes the way of the grift, right? Just keep your mouth shut about all the times you can prove that this stupid guest lied through his teeth or fake shit or used fake information, fake documents, fake whistleblowers, fake this, fake that. Just keep your mouth shut and listen to his wonderful stories about aliens, right? Ask those softball questions and you get a little bit of money too. Well, we haven't sold out for that. And God willing, we never, ever will. And, it's very perplexing to some of these grifters because they're all such criminals. Well, not technically. A lot of them aren't technically criminals, but they do a lot of shady criminal things. So then, I start revealing all of these scammers and they all start coming after me and they're all looking for dirt coming up pretty empty, right? It's great. It's great. The moon is a space station where Greer has a summer home where he meets the aliens. Yeah. Now you're giving him ideas. That's going to be in his next interview, right? Taxpayer says the idea was to use ET technology for the military, then sell it to big corporations for big money for the military. They say some scientist invented it. Maybe, yeah. Fakeity fake. Yeah. Thus the circle jerk. Yeah, it's the UFO Circle Jerkers Club. And I ain't in it. It's the UFO Circle Jerkers Club, and I ain't in it. Right? And listen, I'm sorry, but I don't think that anybody that isn't like a Kool-Aid drinking cult member can take anybody seriously who gets caught lying to their audience so many times, or who gets caught faking UFOs or faking alien videos for their audience, or who gets caught, taking big money and claiming that flares are alien spaceships, or taking big money from people and claiming that cactuses or moths are alien beings that are that they're contacting. But unfortunately, the grift goes on, right? These people get caught lying through their teeth, and they take a little hit maybe, and people ask some questions for a little while, then it dies down, and they go on with new lies to sell people, new garbage peddling, and the cycle just repeats, rinse and repeat, right? You pull out some old stories that weren't true the first time, we'll tell them again, right? Any updates on David Wilcock's hovercar prototype? Yes and no. Here, let me see if I can share this. We do have a show in the works. Of course, we have many shows in the works, but you guys know I'm a little ADD, so that's how this thing works. I develop a concept or idea, I get with Spooky and have Spooky make the graphics for it. Then I start doing the research and digging, and then we see, what new information that we could bring. So I do have this that I could share with you, and we'll be doing this show next week for sure. I have most of the, things we want to present. It's called Where in the World is David Wilcock and His Hover Cars? And we'll be doing that show next week. And I've got some new information to share about those hover cars. Yeah. So Where in the World is David Wilcock and His Hover Cars, coming to us next week, right? Am I going to do a book review? I kind of did. I didn't want to read the whole thing. It's such garbage. I just quickly went through it. But I'll add that, DJDs. I'll add, what I think of his new book to this show next week. Yeah. The moon is a space station. Sound reverberates through it because it has a solid core, not molten like the Earth. Yeah, I've heard various information about that. Any information on the dildos? No, but we're gonna Daniel. I have to remind people about that whole dildo challenge again for a while, for a few months, and then I'm gonna reveal where the dildos were hidden. For those unaware, I once challenged David Wilcock with all his superpowers and alien friends and secret space program insiders and advanced technology, that I would give him or his charity $10,000 if he found a big box of dildos that I buried somewhere for him. And so far, he hasn't found the box. But I'm gonna, Daniel, when you see where we buried that box of dildos, it's gonna be humiliating. And maybe that's why I've avoided doing the big reveal. But the more I think about it, he deserves it. He deserves it for scamming so many people with his false fake narrative and his false prophecies and his fake information and his fake insiders. He deserves us humiliating him, showing where that box of dildos was buried. And when you see Daniel, you will agree with me. This man is no psychic if he couldn't find that box of dildos. Let's just say it's very close. He's been very close to it this whole time, Daniel. Was the Battle of 1942 a hoax? I don't know. There's various information, and they fired an awful lot of rounds at it. So if it was just a balloon, it would have shot itself down or something. DJ G's, he's got a second book of bullshit, and he's still not doing live streams, so that says a lot. I think he's afraid to do a live stream because people are going to ask him about this whole Corey Good thing, and he is getting sued, and he's only got a couple of more days before he's got a default judgment against him. He's getting sued by one of the people that was suing Corey Good. Good for him, right? He's trying to survive the winter in an uninsulated cabin. That's another lie. He's in a multi-million-dollar log cabin mansion, telling people that he's trying to survive the winter in an uninsulated cabin. He just leaves out the fact that it's a multi-million-dollar mansion cabin, right? It's not a cabin. It's one of those mansions they make with the logs that are like 3 or 4 feet thick. You don't need insulation if you got 4-foot log walls. He's full of it, right? His girlfriends took the box. Maybe, right? Maybe they dug up the box and ate the dildos. Who knows, right? What a time capsule. Yeah, big old box of dildos. And we included some strap-ons for his wife, but then his wife left him. So I don't know what he's going to do with the strap-ons if he finds that box. But, have fun, David. Show some respect for the reincarnation of Edgar Casey, Stephen. Yeah, I should. And a guy who's talking to angels after all, right? What is the freezing point of urine? Who knows? But for those unaware, in David, I think it was his last live stream, he told everybody that he was taking baths in his own piss to get superpowers because the Archangel Michael told him he would get superpowers if he took baths in his own piss. And he said that in public. Yeah. Comment of the show, radiation. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So next week, we've got coming to you, where in the world is David Wilcock and his hover cars? And we're going to try to answer that question. I've been calling that Stavati Aerospace for comment. We'll see if they give us a comment. That would be kind of fun, right? He stole his teeth from one of the Bee Gees. Oh, geez, that's terrible. Well, I hope he didn't steal it from the one that's still alive, right? Come on. But then again, isn't it worse stealing teeth from a dead man? I don't know. This has ventured off into some strange territory. So we have done our due diligence, not just for tonight. Tonight we did a lot of overtime because I may be sort of missing in action for a few days. I'm going to the cabin for several days to try to make progress on that bathroom that I got to finish before I start building this new cabin studio. This may be the last show for the week, but I do have some special surprises for you. And I want to remind you that if you're a Patreon supporter or a YouTube channel member, we just posted a new members only video last night, or was it today? I don't remember. But there's a new video for you Patreon supporters and you channel members, early access video. We'll be posting that sometime this weekend, and I have a few surprises for this weekend as well. But my time is limited at that cabin, and so is the internet. Sometimes when it's stormy out, the internet is terrible there. It's like calling in from a dial-in modem or something. It's so slow, and I don't think it will support a live stream or even an audio live stream. But we'll see if the weather is good, and we'll do I test the internet connection before I try streaming from the cabin. Sometimes we're able to do it, sometimes not, right? Mark Freeborn says, you were informed tonight. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I felt good tonight. That was real. The UFO in the spotlight, long before CIA and Photoshop. Thousands of people saw it. The Battle of Los Angeles. Yeah, and we've never done a show on it. So we should cover that, right? Enjoy your cabin weekend. Thank you, Patty. I will. I'm in UK and just woke up, 6:30 a.m. Sorry you have missed the show, but I'll watch later. Well, thank you, Earthheart. And you get to be in the replay crew. Please leave me some comments on once you've watched the show. I would definitely appreciate that. Mark Freeburn laughed hard a number of times. Cheers. Glad you enjoyed the show. I'm glad everybody was here. We had great attendance tonight. A lot of people dropped off. We've been going for 4.5 hours. This is like an old school show of ours. But I wanted to give some extra time tonight because I may be occupied all weekend and unable to do a show. We'll be back at the latest Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And I'll keep my eyes peeled for those orbs and squatches. Great show. Thanks, says XOXO. Thank you all for being here. And a final time, I've thanked them several times, but we have an attitude of gratitude here. And I'm so thankful for all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you YouTube channel members, you Twitch subscribers, you super chatters, PayPal donators, super thanks purchasers after in the replay. Did you know that? If you're watching a replay, you could still throw a couple bucks in our hat. Just hit that thanks button. We love all of you, you super sticker purchasers, all of you kind and generous benefactors. You really do give me an attitude of gratitude. It's because of you the show's able to continue. And we thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. We want to thank our chat room, wonderful chat room moderators. We want to thank the man with the golden voice, Mr. Ian, for helping us with those announcements. And we want to thank Spooky for the wonderful graphics and all of you for coming here and being a part of this journey. It's Truthseekers. I can't do it alone. And I'm so glad that so many of you are here to just kind of follow along on this journey. It'll be interesting to see where the journey goes next. And I hope you will all be here with me to see. So that's all we got for you, friends. I'll be at the cabin, but I may try to chime in. We'll see what happens depending on the time constraints and how good or bad the internet is. So that's all we got for you. Until next time, friends. My name is Steven Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you. Look at that. It's not all, folks. We have a late entry, a kind and generous $4 super sticker from Stormcrow that I somehow missed. So I apologize for missing that. We don't like missing anyone, and I don't want to have to make a note and read it on the next one, and you gave it on this one, so I'll jump back in. And thanks to all you kind and generous benefactors for helping us continue the journey and praise the cash. Thank you.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash.